Recording in progress. We've also arranged beautiful panels for you all with as diverse topics as Grassroot to AI, as women to building bridges. We have exhibitions of innovators here for you. We have some releases of a booklet which is from invisible to visible, stories of women entrepreneurs with disabilities from South Asia, and attractive fare for you to reflect on. Last year, we had a strong partner because the theme was employment, so we had CII, IBDN as a partner, and they're still here today. This year, because the theme was different, our Youth for Jobs team has put together this conference, so do forgive us if we have any glitches. We've all worked very hard to make this happen. What it did, however, was I think it really deepened our relationship. And what left me honestly completely bowled over was the kind of amazing support we got. Anyone I called, not a single person said, sorry, I cannot. Everyone said, how can I help? And I therefore want to thank personally all these ecosphere, what I call ecosphere building organizations and people who helped me. The UN, one visit from me and they said, listen, tell me who are the experts from the UN who can come and speak in the conference, besides tomorrow their resident coordinator, Shambi Sharp himself, giving the keynote. ICRC, who had an event of their own, but they said, we'll get the best for you for your Africa session. We have IDEA, we have NCPDP, CII, of course, Bridgespan, Changelink, and many other organizations. So a warm, warm thank you. And I've decided also today, I met many people from Delhi. I said, we come all the way from Hyderabad to Delhi to create this conference. So many have given me their visiting cards saying, we are there for you as a team for the next year's conference. So a big, big thank you. To many of you who know Youth for Jobs, you know that our passion comes from the kind of impact we make on the lives of the youth with disability who we train. It's like magic, you know, they have aspirations, they are independent, and that is what energizes us. But what the Zero Conference has done to us is it's really widened, I think, the perspectives of us, of India. What it allows us is to bring various innovations from India to the global reach, Martin, and to help create these bridges, which I think is wonderful. It allows us to showcase organizations like Enable India, who are also Zero's partner, to show their work over here. It allows funders. Last time, at least 3 funders told me thanks for this conference because they found good projects whom they can fund. So, so that is what's going to happen in the next 2 days. I hope all, how can I forget? I want to thank the Hans Foundation, thank you, and the Axis Bank Foundation, who's our first funder and remains still our most trusted funder for any issues which we have. I do hope all of you enjoy the sessions, enjoy the conversations, and great networking. Thank you.
Sorry, I'll repeat myself. So thank you, Meera ma'am, for bringing it so beautifully, how the entire ecosystem globally is building for inclusion. So I'm going to now invite Mr. Martin Essel to shed light on how Zero Project is fostering a global community of innovators and experts in inclusion. Martin, please come.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends in the room and online from India and from all parts of the world. I'm so happy to be here together with my team today for the opening of the Zero Project India conference in New Delhi. This is a big day for all of us, for Youth for Jobs, as well as for the ESSL Foundation and the Zero Project. The topic for this conference is building bridges between global networks and innovations. This is why I am so grateful to see members of the Global Zero Project Network sitting side by side with local stakeholders, decision makers, and innovators from India and the whole South Asia. Over the next 2 days, there will be ample opportunities to listen and learn from each other, to inspire and be inspired. For all of you who do not see me, I'm Martin Essel. I'm the founder of the Zero Project. I'm a white man in the early 60s with still some hair. I'm wearing glasses. I have a bright jacket with a big Zero Project badge so that you can see me and find me. Now, ladies and gentlemen, across the globe, persons with disabilities face similar discrimination when it comes to education, accessibility, and employment. The Zero Project's mission is to find solutions for these problems and share them globally. Solutions that are proven to work and support persons with disabilities in all aspects of their lives and their rights. Our team does not do this on its own, but together with people from all sectors of society and across the globe. Some 10,000 experts and organizations from 180 countries have helped us in our work in the past 13 years. The community have awarded more than 900 innovative solutions from 110 countries. And we have worked with hundreds of organizations from UN agencies to self-representatives, from IT multinationals to grassroots organizations, from governments to inclusive arts collectives. Every year, we recognize outstanding solutions and invite them to be the stars of the Zero Project Conference held in the premises of the United Nations in Vienna. All these solutions are also featured in publication and in our Zero Project database, which is free for everyone to use. But the Zero Project doesn't stop here. We build on this work and create partnerships to take it to the next level. But how do we do this? First, we believe in the power of technology as a unique tool set to create change. But it has to be done inclusively and accessibly, and working with persons with disabilities at all stages of development. We see artificial intelligence opening new opportunities, which we have to seize to create this world with zero barriers. That is our vision. Technologies also allows for effectively transferring innovation to new regions and countries. So we need to make sure this potential is realized and support the most promising solutions to realize it as quickly as possible. And second, we believe in the power of collaboration as a driver of change. Bringing the Zero project that is run by a small foundation from the small country of Austria to the world has become one of the main pillars in our strategy. Last year, we have had Zero project events beside the annual conference in the UNOF, also in Latin America, in Asia Pacific, and of course in India. As I stand here before you, welcoming you to the second Zero Project India conference, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizations and individuals that are present here, who have supported our esteemed partner, Youth for Jobs. Among these are the Hans Foundation and Axis Bank Foundation. And a special thank you, of course, to Mira Chenoy, founder of Youth for Jobs, and her amazing team. I think we should give her a big applause. You have worked tirelessly to make this collective mission a success. With your help, we are making this conference happen. We are delighted that there will be a second event happening next week, the Zero Project Bangalore Tech Forum, Food for Thought, hosted by Enable India. With our two partners, we aim to advance innovation processes in India through the Zero Project India. India is unique and special, and you hardly need me to tell that to you. It is also a wonderful place for the Zero Project, with India having both outstanding minds, outstanding resources and technology in your country, and using it to support disadvantaged groups. From that, we see and feel India is also in the position to export these expertise and the know-how in building, scaling, and financing innovative solutions in India itself, but also to other countries, both in Asia and in Africa. And that is a wonderful news for the whole Zero Project community. I promise that the ESSL Foundation will support this important work that is done here in India. We believe in the power of a worldwide Zero Project network and community, working together and sharing new ideas for our common goal, creating accessibility, inclusion, and equality for all. This world with zero barriers that we all dream of. Wishing you great inspiration, new connections and opportunities for your work, creating a world with zero barriers. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. The Zero Project's global network is indeed paving the way for systemic change through targeted, innovative solutions that don't just talk about inclusion, but put it into action. We are really glad that we are creating this huge, big ecosystem for the inclusion of people with disabilities across the globe. Now, we must give an applause for Mr. Rajesh Agrawal, Secretary of the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disability, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, who just joined us. And shall we proceed to the lighting of the lamp and then come back to the speeches? All right then. Sir. everybody to please come back and take your seats. And we will now proceed to the next part of it. Mr. Sandeep Kapoor, can you please come and take the podium? Mr. Sandeep Kapoor is the CEO of the Hands Foundation. He's going to share his thoughts on the foundation's involvement in this important project. Sandeep has over 25 years of leadership experience in corporate and social impact organizations. He has worked with organizations such as Marico, Ulka, and Impact before joining the Hands Foundation, where he has led the organization in its new phase of health and wellness implementation. Thank you, Sandeep.
Namaskar, everyone. As my luck continues, after a lovely lunch and 2 learned speakers comes my chance. So, though I can't match up to their speech, I will try and keep mine brief and cover this in 9 quick points. The first, and I must mention, I didn't think it, before coming here, the significance of such an event. And after listening, interacting with people, it really dawned upon me, and the full impact that something like this can have is hitting me now, and the importance of it and how much needed this is. So thank you all for organizing this and giving Hans Foundation a chance to be a small part of it. Thank you all very much. So after that, I'll just quickly touch upon what the Hans Foundation really does, because that's the organization me and my colleagues present here represent. We are in fact celebrating our 15th year this year, and are essentially in health, both the physical and the mental health, education, livelihood, and climate change. But with a special focus on, differently abled or disabled people, and which cover not only child as a focus, as also women, because they are, especially when you go in the interiors, are the ones who are necessarily on the receiving end. So that is something that we especially look out for, and that's in fact our chairperson, chair lady, Ms. Shweta Rawat, who has a special focus on that. That is what we all are committed to. And the most important thing that I want to highlight here, that our attempt is that we do it pre-birth and take it as long as we can. So the journey of association with a person who unfortunately finds himself or herself in that situation is as long as possible, because one realization is it's not about touching a person and getting away. It's got to be a longer and much deeper association with the person. So, 20,000 villages, 26 states, focus on what I said just now. But the chain, as far as this is concerned, the disabled sector or vertical is the longest by far. And like I mentioned, we are committed to providing the holistic approach, healthcare solution for underprivileged communities with primary, secondary, and tertiary interventions, spanning both the physical and the mental health. But it starts even pre-birth. And the biggest example and a pride of, absolute pride that all of us feel in Hans Foundation is a tie-up with AIIMS Delhi, the Premier Institute, where we have early intervention for neurological disorders, and which is again done for the underprivileged community. And imagine with an established thing like AIIMS, and that too in Delhi, which is as premier as it can get. And I invite people who can get out the time, visit there, that we have set up over there. They've in fact been kind enough to give us a huge space. We've set up the entire thing over there. So doctors which are there who are running the show, and the response has been overwhelming. And the most important thing is hitting that target group, which needs it the most. And that's been very heartening. Our next aim is, of course, to extend it to AIIMS across India. Then the impact of early intervention of child development. This is again done by our flagship program, cochlear implants. Unfortunately, in India, the 70% of children who are born every year are mostly in government hospitals, where it's still not mandatory or legally bound to test the child, his sensory abilities right at the start. And by the time it's found out, it's late. And the whole process of a cochlear implant is expensive, but it's been our effort to whatever numbers that we can, tie up with hospitals, pay for the equipment, as also the subsidized surgeries with the parents, however the marginalized communities they come from, put a small stake in it in terms of the AVT centers and the AVT activities which the child needs to undergo. So that's the second intervention that we carry out for. Then early intervention after, as the kid grows a little older, is being our nippet buses, which is also displayed over here, where people who can't afford to come to centers, we have buses, huge bus. This is just a miniature right back over there. But to just give you a sense, a tempo traveler, hopefully most of you would have seen a tempo traveler. So it's kind of two tempo travelers put together. And we have the services which can be provided by going around in slum areas across various cities and now some interiors also, and registering the kids, children who have been impacted, giving them physiotherapy and other sorts of help that they might need over there. So this is at a little later stage. But currently, I'm very happy to say, in Noida itself, we are running 2 such buses. We are extending it to Delhi, we'll be extending it to Gurgaon, and then finally in Kolkata, we'll be starting in Puducherry. Totally, we aim to, over the next 2 years, have such 20 cities covered with buses, going to slum areas, and actually addressing children who are born with such problems. Next is the inclusive education, because of looking for kids who come, who grow up a little bit more. And for that, we are tying up with schools in the fees bracket of 300, 500, etc. We aim to tie up with 50 schools by March 25, where a health center is set up in the school. Mind you, the school where probably our gardeners' kids go, the baiwalis and the helpers, etc., their children go. Provide the physical health as also mental, but importantly again have a separate section where your differently abled children can be looked after separately and be mainstreamed again, right? So this is the third part which comes in. Along with that, very happy to share that we also have the, something for the struggling years, which is family and community awareness, which is very live in one of the projects. And I happened to meet our partner over here from Puducherry, Satya Special School. Ma'am, if I can see or show of hand, there she is. A round of applause for the lovely work that she's doing. And again, our intention is that we can reach out to such schools, be a part of it, and aid or help children with such problems to flourish and join the main education system, but more importantly, make the parents and the community aware of the problem. Power of accommodation in inclusive education, the next capsule I just wanted to touch upon. Unnati is the example which I already gave, because it has tailored education module for the children with such problems. And lastly, we are continuing our journey towards inclusion at various stages. Pre-birth, like I mentioned, early years, and so on and so forth. But one realization, and last, and I want to finish with that, which has come here, is that for all the verticals that we are in, this is perhaps the most, at least what perhaps, in my mind, the most challenging one, because A, they are normally, to use a very loose word, neglected. The overall issue on hand is much more enormous than what 1 or 2 or 3 organizations can address. It's more complex. And like I mentioned earlier on, it needs to be handheld for a much longer period of time. So I'm really hoping that something like this can throw up more partners, more like-minded people, more, individuals, etc., coming forward. If there's no formal collaborations, at least we can exchange ideas, because much, much, much more needs to be done. And today, here and now, from the Hans Foundation, we stand totally committed to this cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. And one thing which caught my attention was what you said, and I totally agree with it, is that disability inclusion is not just touching a disabled person's life, but it is actually a very long process where you need to be totally involved. So thank you so much for this insight. And now I'd request Mr. Agarwal to come to the stage and please give your short speech which you have for us. Mr. Agarwal is a distinguished Indian Administrative Services officer who has significantly contributed to various fields throughout his career, from pioneering e-governance initiatives in Maharashtra to leading efforts in financial inclusion and skill development at the national level. He has consistently demonstrated his commitment to public service and innovative problem solving. His expertise in technology, coupled with his deep understanding of administrative processes, has enabled him to drive transformative change and improve the lives of millions of citizens. We are actually benefiting from all his vision as people with disabilities since he's in charge of the department. Let's give him a big hand.
Thank you, and good afternoon. As usual, I don't have a prepared speech. I usually look at the audience and then decide what to say. I think 2 days back, I completed 2 years in this assignment. So in administrative service, we move on from one sector to another. So it was a new sector to me when I joined 2 years back. Most of the people in this room are obviously much more enlightened than me. Many have their whole lived experience, many as caretakers or parents, many as special educators, many as professionals working in this field. And I see people who are startups in this field, innovators in this field, or philanthropists in this field. And as the title here says, building bridges between global networks. So I think this sector is very different from all others. One is it needs professionals, but with a lot of passion. So only professionalism doesn't help in these sectors. You need dedication and passion, so that's important. And second is this field is also one where rightly so philanthropy and CSR money, including global sort of CSR or social impact bonds or whatever you call them. So that money is actually more than the government money in this sector. Government acts as a facilitator as we bring in the policies, etc. But the actual work has to be done by, frankly, by the Divyang community itself, by their parents, by their teachers. I think last month we had this movie Chandu Champion which came. So most of you would have heard about Mullikant Petkar. He's now almost 80. And he was India's first Paralympic individual gold medalist in 72, way back in 72. He had gone to army, then got bullets on the Pakistan border, then became disabled. And then he tells a story then that when senior Tata guys met him, they said कि आपको क्या चाहिए, क्या help चाहिए? He said, I don't need any help. Give me a job. So we are very grateful to the private sector in India and also the global counterparts for bringing a lot of money in this sector. But ultimately, it is the jobs which will really help. And here I must say the Indian corporate sector and Mirash Noy runs a group Youth for Jobs and works with a lot of corporates. I see people from Amazon, etc. also. So luckily the corporate sector has taken a leap of faith and is giving a lot of jobs. I see my friends from Goa here, Guru Prasad and Taha, and I seriously believe that the Purple Fest they did in Goa for 2 years, they did bring the India's community together. For the first time on a national scale, we had the Divyangjan community, the educators, startups in this field, CSR partners in this field, and we do see a uptick of CSR and startups in this sector after that event. When I joined, I don't know whether it's Meera or someone else who told me about innovations. She told me about a mother who had a CP child who could not write properly and would write with a very thick pencil or something. So on a pencil she put a potato, and with that potato the child would write, and then she started peeling off the potato, and ultimately the child could write with a thin pencil. So that's a very grassroots innovation which is also required. But also at the other extreme end is, now I am actually an Elon Musk fan, and we hear about Neuralink, we hear about which changes the life of people with paralysis. Now he's talking about FDA approval to blind sight, where basically people who have even lost their basic eye parts, and even if the optic nerve is not really functioning, even then how they can be able to see directly the signals going into brain. So we will see innovations on both sides of the thing, and both are needed. But ultimately, we need scale up of things. And here also the Indian sector is extremely vibrant. And we started with the basically infra things, then we started with the assistive technologies for day-to-day living, white cane, smart cane, wheelchair, better quality wheelchair, and so on. But now people want to enjoy full experience of being a human being. They want education, they want entertainment, they want to enhance their musical skills. So I can see Novaflix Deepthi here. So she brings movies experience and OTT experience to blind people who otherwise don't hear the full dialogues. Similarly, for hearing impaired, we have now a lot of companies, startups in this field, established ones also, who are changing the life experience of people. I think 15 days back, we had India's first movie ever shown in sign language also. So we had this Chirikant Bola movie. It's on a blind person who became an entrepreneur. And we got it in sign language also. So we had the first show in PVR Delhi with about 800 deaf people. And they saw in a cinema hall a proper commercial movie the first time in their lives. And they were very happy. So when we talk of innovations, they have to be of all kinds, which help make them enjoy all aspects of being human. We are working with a lot of IITs also. For example, IIT Madras, now we are actually about 250 artificial knees are on the trial. We have given them 2 feedback cycles also. So we are focusing on made in India, a lot of stuff, frugal, maybe 5 to 10% cost as Europe or West, but very high quality. When I talk of frugal or low cost, we don't want to promote low quality stuff. It has to be frugal but high quality stuff. For example, this IIT Madras Kadam, we expect it to be at least not more than 20% of the cost of equivalent European models. Same quality, but at 20% of the price. We launched an Indian IQ test, and we made it open source. So we want innovations made in India, but for the world at low quality, low cost, good quality, maybe, and open sourced also. So now Indian IQ test is open sourced and a lot of our adjoining companies have started using it. At least 50 psychologists and psychiatrists from nearby countries, and even from Africa, and even from England, they joined our training sessions and they are experimenting with Indian IQ test because it's open source. And we said that if you want to change the questions, if you want our help in changing the questions, we'll do that. So we are all game for, at Government of India level, we are now working with a lot of startups, lot of NGOs. When code of conduct was going on, elections were going on, we had purple talks. We had talks from about 120 startups. We have done MOUs with 80 startups. So I told them, I won't give you money, but we will give you support. We will get your products and services validated. We'll help you in scaling up. And at least 10 in last 3 months have told me that these MOUs have helped them in getting VC funding if they are for profit, or CSR funding if they are not for profit. So I think that's the way to go. Government sort of acting as a facilitator. A lot of you who are professionals and have passion or have money or have engineers or have doctors in your setup. So all working together, creating products which are useful to the Divyangjan and which can be scaled up also. So many things are useful, but if you don't scale them up, the whole potential is not reached. And we are absolutely game for it, for working with any one of you, all of you, and helping the community and the sector grow together. Thank you so much. And my mobile number is 9999835353. Any good ideas, any help you need, any networking you need, just drop me a WhatsApp. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. We can absolutely see that the government is totally dedicated to finally coming to work for people's inclusion, disability. I mean, people with disabilities inclusion in the mainstream, and you people are doing a lot of work. And as you said, it is important that all stakeholders join hands because it is a huge task which cannot be accomplished by the government alone or the private sector or everybody has to come to the front and join hands, which I suppose Zero Project has been doing for so many years, and that is why we are all here. So now we have some small token gift for our guests here, and we would like to call Shweta. Shweta is here. Shweta has given me a small bio of herself, which I am going to translate it for you. Shweta lives in Chhatarpur in Delhi. She has passed her 10th class and she works in Raymond Mall. And she was trained, she got her skills training from Youth for Jobs Foundation. And now she aspires to work for Indigo after completing her class 12.
Before I give this little token of our appreciation to those sitting on the dais, I just want to say again and again our Secretary Rajesh ji, he drives this fact that people should not buy products made by the people with disability because it's made by the disabled, but because of the high quality. So this year I was determined to give a gift to all the panelists and everyone, if I could afford actually, to be an extremely high quality gift. And I'm so proud to say that in India, this gift which I'm giving has the best of quality with international designers, and the art done by our neurodiverse artists has been transferred onto this. So with great pride, let me give this token of our appreciation to all of you.
Please give a big hand.
Do they want a gift, those kids? Come, you can.
Now we also have Mr. Prince Singh, and he works with Reliance Smart. He was also trained by Youth for Jobs Foundation, and he's very happy because he's got a job now, and he's also working beside, he's studying besides working, and he's supporting his family, and his dream is to graduate, and after graduation, he wants to work for a big company. Please give a big hand to Prince as well. With these people, you take a picture. आप यहाँ जाइए, प्रिंस, आप लोग भी एक फोटो ले लीजिए.
Both of you can give it to me. आप दोनों पकड़ के.
And now let's dive into our first panel discussion exploring the critical topic, the global potential of Indian grassroots solutions. India is renowned for its culture of jugaad, and Mr. Agarwal already mentioned how we are actually a hub of innovation. So, jugaad is a Hindi term that epitomizes innovation born out of necessity. Our grassroots innovations have captured the world's imagination, offering creative, cost-effective solutions to everyday challenges. India's resourcefulness has demonstrated that with a bit of ingenuity, solutions can emerge from the simplest of means. The question is, how can we harness the spirit of innovation to make India a global hub for inclusive or inclusion solutions? Let's hear from my esteemed panelists on this exciting subject. I'll introduce each of them, and I request all of you to come up on the stage as I am giving your introduction. First of all, I invite Sameer Nair, Head of Operations at Youth for Jobs, to the chair in this panel. With over 26 years of experience in diverse industries, Sameer has made significant contributions to both corporate and social sectors. His leadership and analytical skills have been instrumental in advancing Youth for Jobs mission. Sameer, please take your seat. Please give a big hand to Sameer. Joining Sameer is Amanpreet Kaur, Deputy National Lead for CSR and lead the Person with Disabilities portfolio. Aman is an expert in governance and public health programs with extensive experience leading initiatives for persons with disabilities. Aman, please come. Please give a hand to Aman. Next is Prahlad Baniwal, a grassroots fellow at Youth for Jobs. Based in Karoli, Rajasthan, Prahlad brings invaluable insights from his work in the local communities. Prahlad, please give a hand to Prahlad. Our next panelist is Leon Lawrence, Country Director of the Dutch Lanka Friendship Foundation. Leon brings over a decade of experience in international development and has been a key figure in economic empowerment initiatives. We also have Arman Ali, Executive Director of NCPEDP. A passionate advocate for disability rights, Arman has influenced national policies and initiatives. His tireless efforts have driven progress in disability rights, including the creation of a specialized health insurance product and the inclusion of disability-related issues in political manifestos. Welcome, Arman. We welcome Ian McKinnon, CEO and co-founder of the Global Disability Innovation Hub. With extensive experience in inclusive design and disability innovation, Ian has been a global leader in creating accessible infrastructure. He led inclusive design for London 2012 Paralympic Legacy Program and is committed to making cities inclusive and resilient, especially in low-income countries. Please give a hand to Ian. Joining us now is Shirish Mahendru, Technical Advisor for Transport and Infrastructure at ZIZ. Shirish has over 14 years of experience in the urban transport sector and is currently working on the Sustainable Urban Mobility, Air Quality, Climate Action and Accessibility project, which focuses on sustainable mobility in Indian cities. Welcome, Shirish, and now I will hand the panel over to you to carry on, and I'm going to get off the stage to give you people the stage. Looking forward to a great, insightful discussion.
Good afternoon to all. Welcome to this panel discussion, this session on the global potential of Indian Grassroot Academy. Grassroot Solutions. I'm so used to Grassroot Academy that you will hear this word academy every time. So let me start with what Youth for Jobs does and who I am. In one liner, I am Samir Nair and I work for Youth for Jobs Foundation, and it has been 6 years with Youth for Jobs that I've been part of. Now what Youth for Jobs does? Youth for Jobs does a lot of activities. It focuses on advocacy and sensitization at 3 key levels, that is colleges, communities, and companies. We provide economic empowerment of youth with disabilities, person with disabilities, through access to various government entitlements, through assistive tech and assistive device support. We have skill development trainings where we support in terms of the local wage employment as well as micro-entrepreneurship. Our Smart Inclusion Center acts as a hub for innovation. We feature assistive tech and assistive device lab, and we also provide marketplace for assistive tech and assistive device. The proud product of Youth for Jobs is Swarajability livelihood platform, which is completely accessible and AI driven, which enables youth to connect with employment opportunities provided by corporates. Now let me get into what Grassroot Academy is. Grassroot Academy by Youth for Jobs empowers person with disability in the local area, local communities who are led and create a change in their communities in the underserved regions of India. This particular program is of disabled by disabled. The entire people working in this grassroots at the village level are person with disabilities themselves. The impact what Grassroot Academy has created on the ground, it has impacted 50,000 youth with disabilities and has transformed systems in almost 2,200 plus villages across India. And very proud to contribute that the youth with disabilities as part of the workforce has created an economy of 24.63 million USD. The change makers at the village are called as Divyang Mitra, who are person with disability themselves from the community and go to the local last mile village connectivity, ensuring that inclusion is added at the village level. Now what do I have in? With the impact what we have created in the 5 states of India, we have got a lot of content which can be used for scaling and which can be customized. We have a modular toolkit which can be used for replication to any other country. First of the modular kit, what we have is curriculum for livelihood, which has specific job-trained skilling, workplace education, and micro-entrepreneurship. What we have also is content for Divyang Mitra, who are on the field, capturing the local village information and disseminating information. We have a content for Divyang Mitra, which focuses on leadership development, community engagement, and sensitization. We also have a Y4J data app, which allows to capture the on-field data as well as the information dissemination. We have put all the business processes together, and we have Grassroot BPM, Business Process Management, which can be used for replicating into new geographies. It has detailed standard operating procedures. It has performance metrics, capacity building, and training. Last, Swarajability Livelihood Platform, which enables the youth to get into local employment opportunities with the local corporates. This entire modules can be customized and can be used based on the geography needs. And that's about Grassroot Academy. Looking forward for this panel and looking forward for partnership who are interested in taking into new geographies. Now I invite Aman, who's sitting next to me from Bajaj Finserv, to carry forward with the potential grassroots solution what she has in place from her organization. Thank you.
Namaskar, मैं Dr. Amanpreet Kaur. Hi, good afternoon everyone. I'm Dr. Amanpreet Kaur and I am working as the Deputy National Lead for Bajaj Finserv CSR for the portfolio of persons with disability. Before I start, I've been strictly told my time limit is 5 minutes. I'll try very hard. Before we delve into what Bajaj Finserv CSR does, we abide by Shri Jamna Lal Bajaj's adage, Kathni Karni Ek Si. And following that, we follow and are committed to building a better future for youth and children, youth of today and tomorrow both. Can I please have the presentation? Can I please have the presentation? Right. Right. So I'll broadly outline as to what we are doing. Our focus areas are youth and children both. And under that umbrella, we've got 5 segments: youth skilling, children education, children health, children protection, and inclusion for persons with disability. Under skilling, we work for employability programs, entrepreneurship development, skilling the youth, and also in addition to that, we have an in-house skilling program which the Bajaj Finserv runs by the name of Certification for Banking, Finance and Insurance, CPBFI. And we are very proud to announce that Bajaj Finserv has been recognized as a dual awarding body by NCVET for awarding more accredited courses like CPBFI. The other segment that we work on through grant making and funding NGOs is child education, where we focus on digital and foundational learning, mental health, awareness, vocation education, scholarships, and after-school support. For child health, we support surgical and curative interventions, which delve into cleft palate, cleft lip, diabetes, heart conditions, pediatric cancers, and epilepsy. Under child protection, we focus on vulnerable children who suffer from abuse, child labor, or rescue programs. All of the programs that we run for children are catering to the geography of Pune. And the skilling program is pan-India. So for skilling, we're open for collaborations pan-India. And now to the most important portfolio which I head, which is persons with disability. Here we are looking at the life cycle approach as per the RPWD Act 2016. And we cover rehabilitation in all forms as well as skilling. This is the important part. Having started this portfolio in the fag end of 2021, we've had several visits to a lot of grassroots NGOs, and therein we've seen a lot of amazing finds and innovations which should be spoken of, which should be elaborated, and which you all should know that we can sort of collaborate and take it ahead. And one of the things that I want to add before I talk about this is, while growing up, I feel by design, I never had friends who had any kind of disability. I don't know why. I think it was by design. And now I think by design we can have friends and make our society more inclusive because we make it restrictive. So I'll talk about the innovations and the models that we've seen. I have categorized them into 6 segments: tech-based solution, capacity building, higher education, skilling, inclusive education, and advocacy and innovation. So for tech-based, we take enablers. Like we've worked with NeoMotion, we've worked with Nai Disha. I saw Prachi, she's here, Nai Disha. They have a platform which is a resource center and a helpline which tells about various services in the field of disability. Then we are working with Assist Tech Foundation. A lot of their products are being showcased today, I saw. Then we have Ratnanidhi Leg, Soham Innovation Lab, which is for early identification of hearing impaired children. For capacity building, we support NGOs and use our ecosystem leverage to train other NGOs and other paraprofessional cadres. Umeed, Sense are a few names there. In higher education, we're working with students to train them for competitive exams. So we can make use of the quota that government has for, medical education, engineering. So we're working with Dakshana and Deepstam in those scenarios. For skilling, the Grassroot program of Youth for Jobs, we've piloted with Youth for Jobs in 24 districts, and I'll be really happy if it scales to larger extents. For inclusive education, the example I want to quote is Kiran Society in Banaras. And for advocacy, we've got Arman sitting with me. We're working to have a project with NCPDP where we can have a member of parliament forum to advocate and to talk about disability rights at the parliament level and raise awareness. And the last, we're working with Banyan Academy, where we're working with them to form 250 new Indian Sign Language words which are for mental health. So those are the innovations which I briefly touched upon. We can catch up later and we can discuss more. And before I end, because this is about innovation and India works like that, do read up on the book Jugaad Innovation. That aptly describes what we have and how smaller frugal things can be used for elevation and leveraging. Thanks. I'll pass it on to Sameer. Thank you.
Thanks, Aman. It was more insightful, and I'm sure a lot of people from the other geographies would also take advantage of this learning and take it forward. Now let me introduce Prahlad, who is also my colleague from the Grassroot Academy. I would require a translator, please. Thank you.
नमस्कार, मैं प्रहलाद बेनीवाल, ग्रासरूट फेलो, राजस्थान करौली डिस्ट्रिक्ट से हूँ.
Namaskar, my name is Prahlad and I couldn't follow, sorry, कौन सा district? Rajasthan, okay, Karol district.
मैं ग्रासरूट फेलो के पद पर पिछले 2 साल से यूथ फॉर जॉब में कार्यरत हूँ और हम डिसेबल पर्सन के लिए पिछले 2 साल से काम कर रहे हैं. तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हम सबसे पहले कम्युनिटी के साथ में काम करते हैं. डिफरेंट प्रकार के NGOs हैं, गवर्नमेंट्स ऑफिसेज हैं, सभी के साथ मिलकर हम काम करते हैं डिसेबल पर्सन के लिए. तो
I'm sorry, मैं थोड़ा सा बीच में रुकती हूँ जिससे कि सबको हो सके. Okay. So Prahlad has been working with the organization for the past 2 years. As a fellow, he is responsible for mobilizing services for people with disabilities at a community level. And here he works with non-for-profits, government bodies to ensure that our youth get what they deserve.
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हम 4-5 पॉइंट्स पर हम काम करते हैं डिसेबल पर्सन के लिए. सबसे पहले हम डाटा कलेक्ट करते हैं, उसके बाद मोबिलाइजेशन होता है हमारा. मोबिलाइजेशन के बाद अपन सबसे पहले उनको काउंसलिंग करते हैं. काउंसलिंग के बाद हम ट्रेनिंग कराते हैं.
So in order to provide these services, we take 4 steps. First, we collate data, then we mobilize these youth, then we counsel them because we also want to tell them how important it is to be independent, and then we provide them with training.
नेक्स्ट टॉपिक ट्रेनिंग. ट्रेनिंग हम 2 टाइप से ट्रेनिंग कराते हैं, सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट और बेज एम्प्लॉयमेंट. सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट में 18 से और 30 कि समथिंग जो कैंडिडेट डिसेबल कैंडिडेट है उनको हम लेते हैं। हम सबसे पहले मोबिलाइजेशन में ये चीज़ तय करते हैं कि डिसेबल पर्सन की इच्छा क्या है।
So there are two aspects that we look at. We have self-employment, which is for the age groups of 18 to 35. And for that, what we do is we start by figuring out what they're interested in. So we would not want to push something that they are not keen on pursuing.
मोबिलाइजेशन में जब डिसेबल पर्सन ये कहता है कि मुझे जॉब चाहिए, तो हमको उनको बैच ट्रेनिंग कराते हैं जो हमारी 1 मंथ की ट्रेनिंग होती है। 1 मंथ की ट्रेनिंग के बाद हम नेक्स्ट स्टेप पर चलते हैं, हम कंपनी सेंसिटाइजेशन कंपनी हम तैयार करते हैं। जब तक उनका ट्रेनिंग होता है डिसेबल पर्सन का 1 मंथ का, तब तक हम कंपनी प्राइवेट सेक्टर में कंपनी सेंसिटाइजेशन करके उनको जॉब सर्च करते हैं।
So the second part, like we said, we do 2 aspects of mobilization. One is self-employment and the second one is actually placement at companies. In order to do that, we ask them, what are you interested in? In case they say that we are keen on getting a job, then we put them through a training program which is for about a month, and through networking with the corporates, we identify jobs that are suitable for these candidates and then we place them.
Yes. जॉब जब उनका ट्रेनिंग कंप्लीट हो जाता है, इंटरव्यू के लिए रेडी करते हैं कैंडिडेट को। फिर एक बार से काउंसलिंग करके उनको इंटरव्यू रेडी होता है। हम इंटरव्यू के लिए उनको स्वयं जाते हैं, इंटरव्यू करा के उनकी तुरंत ही ज्वाइनिंग करा के उनकी जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं रहने से संबंधित है या फिर आने जाने की जो भी परिवहन की भी सुविधा, उनके लिए हम लोग कंपनी मैनेजर के साथ मिलकर के उनको सॉल्व कराते हैं।
So while we are placing these candidates, there are obviously some day-to-day sort of challenges that crop up. It could be as simple as transportation issues. So our team from Youth for Jobs actually not only counsels the candidate again at the time of placement, but they also work with the corporate team very closely to sort out those challenges so that the lives of our youth that are going to be working with the companies are conveniently comfortable.
ये हमारा बेस्ट ट्रेनिंग का पार्ट्स होता है। सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट में कैंडिडेट का हम बिस पूछते हैं कि आपकी क्या इच्छा है, तो वो जॉब सेल्फ जॉब करना चाहता है। सेल्फ बिजनेस के लिए हम लोग उनको भी 1 मंथ की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। 18 से मिनिमम एज लेते हैं और उनका एज था 55-60 तक भी हो सकता है। तो उनको हम गवर्नमेंट से जो मदद मिलती है, जो सब्सिडी के तौर पर उनको लोन्स वगैरह इस तरीक़ा से होता है, उनमें भी हम उनको हेल्प करके गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर से मिलकर उनको लोन प्रोवाइड करा के उनका बिजनेस भी हम स्टार्ट कराते हैं।
So for the self-employment, also we provide that 1 month training. And in that training, there is a lot of networking that happens with the government officials to see whether there are some government policies and subsidies that can be leveraged by these youth. And together in partnership with the government, loan is actually given to these youngsters and they can start their business.
अभी तक पिछले 2 साल में मैंने 100+ डिसेबल पर्सन को मैंने प्राइवेट सेक्टर में जॉब दिलाया है।
He has placed more than 100 individuals in the corporate space. So a big round of applause for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prahlad. Persons like you have been really on the grassroots, working at the village level, have impacted a lot of youth. And I hope along with you and other colleagues, we would take this to greater heights. Now I request my good friend Arman Ali from NCP EDP to carry forward the discussion how innovations can be taken forward to other geographies.
Thank you, Samir. Good afternoon, everyone. I must first confess that I am very, very bad at doing PPTs. That was the first thing I put it on record. One of my disabilities is also not being able to do PPTs. So please focus on what I say and read the PPTs yourself. And I must also say that unlike my friend Prahlad, I am not in the grassroots and not hands-on and not into kind of skilling people or have innovative ideas. But I do come from a grassroot, the northeastern part of India, and have worked extensively in all the 7 states in the northeast, where it's a difficult terrain, infested with disaster and so on and so forth, and disability kind of always not on the agenda. And the kind of work Prahlad is doing, I think I have my deepest of appreciation for you. And I had to do this PPT, so I asked my colleague to put one together, so I think it's here. Yeah, so all of you know this. This is a figure of the percentage of people with disability in the world and India. And it is estimated that there are about 60 million people with disabilities who are between the age of 15 to 29 in India. And that's a huge population of young people with disability. From last 13, 14 years, I always hear mostly in conferences and in living rooms and in my office that 70% of people with disability are in rural areas. And we talk and we always leave it at that, including myself. And to finding a solution for somebody who is in a grassroots, in extremely unfriendly, inaccessible environment, innovations need to find their way there. And I think it's so nice to have Mr. Rajesh Agarwal sir here to present, and under his leadership, I think we are making good strides. So I think for people with disability in rural areas to come forward, the biggest player in my mind is the state. Because disability cannot be moved if the state is not with you. And that's how Aman mentioned that in partnership with Bajaj, we are forming a parliamentary forum of members of parliament, which we'll launch in the coming session of the parliament in a couple of months. I think in every constituency, in every district, in every block, in everything, people with disability should not be an afterthought. So I'm, of the belief that women with disability is doubly marginalized, doubly discriminated, and their access to AT and anything which to do with technology, even something as small as minimal as a mobile phone, is difficult. There's somebody talking behind. Can we stop this, please? Yeah. Behind the thing, yeah, I'm sorry, yes. Anyway, it's tough for me to focus on a PPT. This is kind of making it very difficult. Yes. Yeah. So I think the need to create systems and make available AT and like smartphones for women with disability is something very, very, very important. The kind of skilling that is being done, if we look at the data of Skill Council for Persons with Disability, and they have a live counter. So the target which was there, that it says that we will train about 25 lakh people with disability. We are still stuck at 1,29,304. So there is a bottleneck somewhere. There is a roadblock somewhere. There are some barriers which we need to address. I think there is an absence of education in terms of for persons with disability in rural areas. It kind of increases cost for the government. Whether it is 500 rupees per month or whether it is 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 rupees per month, it continues to be a barrier for people with disability, and it doesn't solve any problem. So for me, I think the grassroots solutions are, again, you can look at the PPT. There needs to be investment, there needs to be more AT, there has to be more resource-based solutions for people with disability. We cannot parachute certain solutions from urban space to rural areas. Sir, you are here. I would again like to request that scheme like SIBDA, the Scheme for Implementation for Persons with Disabilities Act, which was there earlier, it's still there. If something like that could be introduced for the rural areas to promote accessibility in all spaces. skilling initiative, like MSMEs should have incubation, should be prioritized for that. And I think the biggest takeaway and the biggest innovation today I have in mind, and I would request all of you to support, is that if we can reserve 5% of the NREGA jobs for people with disability, NREGA funds, I think it will be around 80,000 crore. That money will go to people with disability for the work they can do and where they live. I think this is what I think as a policy intervention will change the lives of disabled millions of people who are living in rural areas in India, and it will impact the global south as a leading example for the rest to follow. So I think my time is up, and so is the PPT. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arma. Now let me invite my friend from neighboring state, neighboring country, in fact, neighboring nation, from Dutch Lanka Friendship Foundation, Leon.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Leon Lawrence from Dutch Lanka Friendship Foundation. What I can see right now, I don't know how to spice things up because there are a few people a bit sleepy back there. Okay, let's see. I just wanted to know how many of you are not from India. Can you raise your hands? Not from India. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I have no business of knowing, but I just want to get your attention. That's why. Anyways, so I'm going to talk about a family business team. That's my concept for today. And I'm from Dutch Lanka Friendship Foundation, working in Sri Lanka since 2007, founded by our very own founder right here, Kirsten Geethorn. And since 2007, we are working in different projects: education, inclusion, economic empowerment, because the aim of Dutch Lanka Friendship Foundation is to create a disabled-friendly society. So we are working in a 360-degree way that every aspect that needs to be empowered so we can create a fully accessible, fully accepted, disabled-friendly society in Sri Lanka. So the concept or the activity I'm going to explain today, it's a family business team. DLFF, Dutch Lanka Friendship Foundation, believes in keeping children or adults with disabilities in their families. Because in a cultural setup in Sri Lanka or India, we tend to stay with the family a bit longer. Not like Western countries, we don't move out at 16. So we thought, the family, not we thought, but it is the actual situation that families give more support and continuous support to children or adults with disability. And so we decided to create a project around it. So during this project, one of the family member of person with disability should be willing to work with them. And when they are ready to work with them only, we will support. So if we are dealing with a person with disability who is physically impaired, then the family member should do the mobility part. And if they are intellectually impaired, then the family member should give them support in the financial management, bookkeeping, cost-profit analysis, these kind of things. So this way, this is strengthening the bond between the family member and the person with disability, but also we see a lot of sustainability through this way. To start with, DLFF will provide any support or training or asset for the families in the early stage. And then for sustainability, a continuous support will be given in viability, marketing, and we will arrange exhibition for them so they can expose their products to create more market for them. And throughout the end of the project, they will be given a lot of marketing opportunity related trainings. Because one of the biggest problems that we have in every economic empowerment project, it doesn't sustain. It might last for 3 years even, 2 years if you get lucky. But so for sustainability, we had to give so many support continuously to sustain the businesses. So that's all I have for you today. And for more questions, my name is Leon Lawrence. You can reach out to me. And my time's up. Thank you.
Thanks, Leon. I think you can keep it there, yeah. I invite Ian from GDI Hub.
Yeah. Is this one? Ah, okay. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Ian McKinnon from the Global Disability Innovation Hub, more commonly referred to as GDI Hub, because it's a bit of a mouthful, let's be honest. And I'm going to talk to you about supporting grassroots innovation, which obviously this session is about. And I'm going to say a little bit about who we are and also the work that we do to support grassroots innovation around the world, but also here in India. So for those perhaps not overly familiar with GDI Hub, we are a research and practice centre based within University College London. So we're based in the UK, in London. We're actually a permanent legacy from the London 2012 Paralympic Games, which some of you might remember, 12 years ago now. We were actually just in Paris celebrating 12 years since London and had a lovely event at the UK Ambassador's residence there to celebrate the Paralympics in Paris. And so we formally launched as an organisation on the eve of the Rio Paralympic Games. You can guess that the Paralympics is a big part of our history here. And so in those past 8 years, we've managed to do quite a lot. We've got a footprint in over 40 countries. We have partnered with clients and organisations and funders, including FCDO, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office at UK government. We're the world's first collaborating centre on AT with the World Health Organisation. We work very closely with the Asian Development Bank, World Bank and others. And I'll show a little slide on that in a minute. So really, the work that we do aims to kind of do research and really test what works. And I guess that speaks to the subject today, looking at grassroots innovations. And really, I suppose, over the past 8 years, we consider ourselves to have been leading the global progress around AT development of the AT ecosystem globally, working with many, many partners, including some here. So we've worked with corporate clients. We've got close relationships with the likes of Google and Microsoft and others. As I said, some of our clients are government organisations or development banks, supporting them to develop their disability inclusion strands of work and support them to mainstream disability inclusion. We also work closely with UN agencies, UNICEF, World Health Organization, and a host of others. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of a flavour of who we are. And so in the short time that I have, I thought what I would do is just concentrate on 2 specific projects that's very relevant to grassroots innovation. And if you want to find out more about what we do, we have a booth at the back of the room. Come and speak to us. And we have some colleagues here today as well that you can speak to. So the first project that I wanted to introduce you to is a smart mobility project, which is looking specifically at the motorised third wheel that you can attach to manual wheelchairs. And I chose this project. It's a relatively small project of ours, but I chose it because I think what it does demonstrate is grassroots innovation from India, but also the building bridges concept is making sure that we are connected and learning from each other and sharing knowledge, data, and experiences. So with this small project, what we're doing is we've identified 3 grassroots innovators, organisations, in 3 different countries that are developing a very similar product, the powered third wheel. So we've identified an organisation in Colombia that's doing this called MAT. an organisation here in India, Neo Motion, and they have a booth outside. If you haven't been to see them yet, go and see them. And TAI in Nairobi in Kenya. And essentially the project is bringing these three organisations together to learn from each other, to share knowledge, to look at the product development, to look at the marketplace, and ultimately to help them develop their end product. This is not just about product development, it's also about developing employment opportunities and economic growth in their respective cities and therefore countries. So that's one example. And the second example I wanted to highlight today is our accelerator, our AT accelerator here in India called Atvaran. So again, as I said, we have a booth at the back of the hall, so when we have a break, go and speak to some of our team. But that's a collaboration between ourselves, GDI, University College London, IIT Delhi and IIT Madras. So please come and speak to us about that. Essentially, this is a startup accelerator for AT Ventures coming out of India. Huge interest in this, and some of the entrepreneurs and innovators running through this accelerator program, which launched in July, are also here today. So again, if you want to find out more, please speak to Tigmanshu, Tiggy at the back of the room and find some of those innovators that's here with us today. My time is up, but if you want to find out more about the work of GDI or the work of the accelerator in particular, come and speak to me. Also colleagues Kara Yarkan, who's going to be speaking on a panel session tomorrow about our AT Growth Fund, our Impact Investment Fund, and Tiggy, who's leading the AT Accelerator. So please come and speak to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. Thanks for the AT products displayed here as well. I request now Sirish from GIZ.
Okay, very good afternoon. Since the time is only 5 minutes, I'll try to keep up with the time and I'll try to skip most of the introduction video presentation. So, a presentation, please. Okay, so I'm Shirish Mahendru. I'm part of the mobility team called, we have a project called Sustainable Urban Mobility, Air Quality, Climate Action, Accessibility. It's a GIZ India project. GIZ is a multinational international development corporation which is funded by the German ministry, and our project is being categorically being supported and implemented by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. I'm into this urban transportation portfolio for the past 14-15 years, but very frankly, we have been working very much on the first and last mile urban transport issues and the public transport issue, but it was only the last 2 years we realized the person with disabilities face many problems with respect to the first and last mile problems, and also to the end-to-end mobility with respect to public transport. So, with our efforts, we work with the partner cities. We try to see what solutions we can offer to them. One of the solution. So one of the solution we started working on back last year is the solution called onboard solution. So we all know that the right to freedom, there are various fundamental rights, the right to freedom of speech, assembly, and association of unions and movement to practice for the professional occupation. What happens is the public transport is not a matter of choice, but an absolute necessity. It's a sole medium to employment, community resources, and medical care. This is the old data, but yes, 15 million blind people and only 32.8% are employed. So lack of means of reliable and the safe transportation. We realized this problem. We started working on it. One of our partner state is Karnataka. We had those discussions with them, and we identified one of the project in Mysuru. This solution is called the onboard solution for public transport accessibility. The objective is to make the public transport accessible for the blind, visually impaired, and the person with delayed mobility and elderly. The outcome proposed is the improved mobility for the visually impaired and improved quality of life, enabling the independent mobility and access to employment. This is the onboard solution. On the left side, so with the light yellow, is for the bus product, and then on the right side is the user module. This has been incubated in the IIT Delhi, and the company who's doing it is the Raised Foundation. So how does it works? We have a person with disability, visually blind person who is coming to the bus stop. He will raise a query. So it's a both optional. It's an auto query mode also. There's a so what I'll just read what it is written. That the device automatically scans for the buses at the regular intervals and notifies the user the elimination. Yes, we can also eliminate that. But the thing is, if there's a bus coming and he wants to get into the bus 501, he put its user module. He just adds to he's click on that, and then the bus and the bus module and the user module will start interacting with each other, and then they'll start come to know that the bus number 501 is coming. He'll just press the button, and then yes, he wants to board that 501. And then this information will be passed on to the public transport bus driver, and then he will stop at that bus stop. So this is the pilot we are trying to do in Mysuru. So right now we are doing it with the 200 buses. We are putting, this has been funded by the GIZ now. The pilot has been completely funded by the GIZ. So what we are doing is we are partnering with the IIT Delhi and the Raised Foundation, the Mysuru local government and the public transport agency. We're giving them these onboarding units for the buses, for the 200 buses, and then the 400 for the users. Since we also realized while we were conceptualizing this project, we realized that the users would be then limiting that because only 400 users can use that. So we are also requesting IIT team, Delhi team to work on the app so that it can be diversely used all across. So right now what we're doing is we are trying to identifying the mobility patterns in the Mysuru for the person with visually impaired. We're trying to understand how do they move. So we will identify those routes and we'll put those onboarding units onto that. And once these onboarding units are put, then we'll have a trainings and capacity buildings all across, being the public transport agencies and being the local NGOs who take care of all this. So we'll do that. And what we are targeting right now is to launch this because right now the spade work is completely going. We are thinking of maybe the start of next year we'll launch this. We'll have this onboarding unit in the buses, and they'll start moving to understand how things have been improved for the person with disabilities. So this is the one project which we are doing. There are several other projects we can connect to me. We can have discussion, but since it is just 5 minutes, I feel this is the more important we should explain. Thank you.
Thanks, Sirish. Do I get a time to take questions or? Okay. Yeah, thank you.
How much innovation is going on around in India and the kind of support that innovators are getting at the grassroots. So we are very, very, very short of time. So I'm going to be keeping everything short and asking the panelists to keep their talks short. So let's give them a big hand and we'll call the next panel on board. So the next panel discussion is on the the next exciting and topical session is AI for Inclusion, Education and Employability, where we will explore how cutting-edge technology can break barriers and create new opportunities for people with disabilities. What? Oh, they have to give. I'm so sorry for hurrying the panelists off the stage, but we are really short of time. The next exciting and topical session is AI for Inclusive Education and Employability, where we will explore how cutting-edge technology can break barriers and create new opportunities for people with disabilities. I invite Nipun Malhotra, founder and CEO of the Nipman Foundation, to the moderator's chair. Nipun is a trailblazer in disability rights in India. His journey from overcoming personal challenges to becoming a leading voice for accessibility and inclusion is truly inspiring. Please give a big hand to Nipun. Next is we have Aprajita Singh, Principal Team Lead at the Change Inc. Foundation. Aprajita brings both personal and professional insight to the table, being a neurodivergent herself. With a background in socio-economic development, Aprajita's expertise lies in implementing sustainable processes and systems that create meaningful societal change and benefit future generations. Aprajita, welcome. Next with us is Professor Bashir Ahmed Sadrak, Director of the Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia. He's a leader in education and ICT for development. He has been instrumental in helping people access skills and education across Asia. Second one. Bashir. Okay, next one. He's not there. He's virtual. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Bashir is virtual with us, and I forgot to mention that. So he's going to be online. The next to join is Ji Ya Siteng, a program specialist at UNESCO who leads STEM, digital learning and vocational training for people with disabilities. He has worked closely with international organizations and private sector partners on digital competencies, digital inequalities, gender equality, and skill development. We also have Paras Sharma, co-founder of Kidora, a social startup that uses AI to support children with neurodevelopmental disorders. Paras is leading the charge in empowering educators and caregivers with personalized solutions for children in need. We also have Daniel Harenga. He is the lead developer of the Independo app. With his background in mechatronics and computer engineering, Daniel is using AI to support people with disabilities in organizing their daily lives through inclusive digital calendars. We also have Tomer Aharoni, a co-founder and CEO of Nagish, a tech company revolutionizing accessibility for people with hearing loss. His innovation harnesses the power of AI to improve communication. He has worked as a software engineer at Bloomberg, a researcher at Columbia University, and an intelligence analyst in the IDF. This conference marks Tomer's first visit to India. So Tomer, welcome to India, and I welcome all the panelists. Over to you, Nipun. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Can I get a louder hello? I think everybody's fallen asleep after 2 sessions. Okay, that's good to hear. I guess soon you guys will start having AI softwares where you can just press a button to do that and you won't have to prove your energy, you know. And I think that is the theme of the session, really. So welcome to everybody. I'm going to skip my presentation actually because my presentation is all about me. I mean, if somebody wants to skim through the slides, they can. I've done an interesting experiment. I asked some AI tool to say that, you know, make a PowerPoint presentation on Nipun Malhotra, and that's what that AI tool did. So I'm going to totally skip it because this session is not about me, but I just wanted to check how realistic a presentation can a tool make. And it was both refreshing and scary at the same time because I think it put out everything about me that was really available online. So I think at least in terms of secondary research, AI is going to replace a lot of things. AI is also, of course, everywhere. I mean, I'm sure a lot of the people from India here know about Nandan Nilekani, right? The guy who made the digital stack, Aadhaar, and was the former chairman of Infosys. You know, I was just listening to a podcast by him yesterday, and he said that, sorry, I don't need the slides, it's okay. And you know, he said something interesting, that AI is going to be like electricity. It is going to be everywhere we go. It, of course, creates a lot of opportunities. I think we all are already using a lot of AI. There are softwares like Be My Eyes, which are global phenomena for blind people, for example, which describe through AI what is happening. For people who lose their voice, there are some AI tools that can make them retrieve their voice, etc. There are these AI digital assistants that everybody is using. But
here itself on this panel as well, there are some people who are doing breathtaking work when it comes to artificial intelligence. I'm going to talk to them about what AI is doing for them, but I'm also going to talk to them about the concerns that AI has. There are a lot of secretarial jobs in India, for example, today that persons with disabilities are in, and perhaps AI might replace some of them, and there are jobs that might go away because of AI. So is AI an opportunity or is it a doomsday? We'll find out from everybody here. I'm going to start with somebody who's actually been using AI a lot for the good. We have Aprajita from Changing. And Aprajita, you're a neurodivergent person yourself. How accessible has AI been to you and how has it transformed your life?
That's a very interesting question. So, a major part of my institutional learning journey, which is going to college, going to school, I didn't go to school, I was homeschooled, was without technology, right? And suddenly I'm somebody who's working and there's technology all around me, right? So the need to adapt to it is certainly there. And somehow, being a person with a learning disability and ADHD, it came very naturally to me. Now that it has come very naturally to me, I would want it to be integrated in the foundational learning years of a lot of students who have similar journey, might have similar journey, but with a lot of ecosystem support going ahead. So that is what we work on. Me and my organization, which is Changing, I'm working with them for past couple of years. We never thought of the technical accessibility bit as a vertical, right? We thought we'll be covering this ecosystem working in school, colleges, workplaces, but then we realized that how technology is leveraged to support people with disability across the ecosystem. So we started looking at it as a support pillar across the ecosystem. And what we did with that was that we said that we will be creating it for disability definitely, but how do we approach it? It's just not an accommodation for a lot of people with disability, but it helps identification, it accommodates your needs and supports them in your learning journey. It helps you with your empowerment, and it also helps you to have access to remediation. So we started working on all the role that technology will play, especially assistive technology for you. And we said, let's start with screening, especially for learning disability. Now we have amazing policies that are in place that say that you should screen a child and early intervention should start, right? But how do you screen them? And being in a country which is so diverse, and it's a language processing disability, right? So we started doing a lot of work in terms of understanding that how AI, how tech can support us not only to work and learn better, but also be able to identify our disability at an early age, right? So with a lot of back and forth, we've been now treating assistive technology, especially AI, to help us with a lot of things. One is screening at an early age in different languages. Second is also screening adults and understanding that how the role of technology changes when the consumer base changes. Same disability, right? But we have the age group differentiation that is happening for us. The second thing that we moved on to do is that how can we use AI to create a lot of tools to help you consume a lot of text around you, right? So I'm a person with a specific learning disability which has a lot of struggles around processing language. And we focus a lot on our reading, writing skills. And it is, in fact, very contradictory to say and funny, and some people find, oh, if you can't read and write well, is your IQ also impacted? It's not, right? But AI has given me that power to be able to process things at the same speed. So we work a lot around being able to create a lot of tools to be able to consume content better, especially for people with learning disabilities. And for us, the last part would be creating chatbots. that we are still at the early nascent stage of a learning disability being recognized just 8 years ago. So I always say that our disability is just 8 years young into the system. So there's a lot of need for awareness, and these chatbots do real smart work to help us support that. And you know, we sort of focus a lot on trying to complicate things. With this, a lot of hard work goes into simplifying things for us, and AI has been really friendly to us in being able to do that. Also, being able to envision what would be the possible issues, struggles on the field that we can solve for. So these are the things that we've been doing, and it has really, really helped us do that. And as a person who needs to be at speed at workplace, I think it comes really, really supportive. I think ideation, creation, all of this comes easy to me. But a large part of my time and struggle is, oh, I have to reply to 10 mails. And this is something which is very, very difficult for a person with learning disability, though it might be the most menial of the work lists, right? But AI really helps you do that. Yeah. So it helps us do that. So as a foundation, we've been focusing a lot on this. And thanks to the fact that we have been able to come into this new age with AI, where we are solving for things with the disability being so young. So yeah, that's what we do.
Great. Thank you so much. And I think one point that you spoke about, which is early detection of people with disabilities, is something which is a big problem. There are hundreds of people who come up to me every year, especially those with invisible disabilities. I think it becomes tougher, right? Where they've been detected so late in life that they've lost out on a lot of their formative years and education, etc. So thank you for all you do. Actually, because of this, I'm actually going to come straight to Paras Sharma next from Kidwara, because you are also working on early detection of people with disabilities, and you're using AI tools for that. Can you tell us a bit more about your product and how AI has helped you with it? Yeah.
Sure. So at Kidora, when we started, our major challenge was how we can detect autism without any expert intervention, because availability of expert on field is not that much. You cannot expert cannot go to rural areas to do screening. So we wanted to come up with a solution which is accessible, affordable, and can be done at mass level. So the way we are doing screening is through games. So we use a lot of games, 2 sets of games basically, and collect data. And that data is basically, we have data set of around more than 3,000 kids. We compare that gameplay interaction with across 3,000 children's data, and then try to analyze how close this behavior is with the autistic gameplay behavior. And that's how we try to detect early signs of autism through games, and AI is basically able to dig into that data and see and figure out the patterns which basically relates to the autism and related condition traits.
Wow, so I think you are the first app that is going to encourage parents to make the children play games, right? Otherwise, we only hear about parents saying children don't play games off screen. So kudos to you for that, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll come back to you for your other products later. I'm going to come next to Jian. Jian, UNESCO's published, by the way, did I pronounce your name right? Yeah, okay. UNESCO's published extensive guidance on the use of technology to support learners with disabilities. We were talking about that on call yesterday as well. What are the key learnings for governments to institutionalize inclusivity in education? I mean, we've heard what non-profits are doing, but what do you think the government should do?
Fantastic. Thank you, Nipun. Just, it's good to be here. Good to see everyone. I am from UNESCO New Delhi, so I'm based here. Some of the friends that I've met here think that I maybe flew from somewhere else, but I'm glad to say that I'm based in New Delhi. And my name is Jin. So thanks, Nipun, for the question. I mean, one of the key roles of UNESCO is to aggregate knowledge and share knowledge at the global level. So one of the publications that we released last year was on education technology under the Global Education Monitoring Report. And as part of that, there was an advocacy brief on how learners can use assistive technology. I think one of the findings was actually no surprise that technology has offered a lifeline to learners with disabilities, and that it provides accessibility that is more integrated into general devices, like phones, rather than specific dedicated assistive technology tools for learning. At the same time, the fact is that in the classroom, for example, teachers are the main facilitators of learning in most contexts, and they are not provided with the resources to understand accessibility features of technology. The basic ones, I'm not talking about anything fancy, what the generic productivity softwares already provide. And also the curriculum is not adapted to accommodate learners with disabilities. So I also want to mention that although the title of this panel is on AI, right, for inclusive education and employability and employment, we shouldn't forget about the fundamental public infrastructure. So, for example, not a lot of countries around the world don't have this highly accurate data, but the Indian government has disclosed as of 2022 that 25% of government schools, only 25% of government schools have computers in their schools. 52% of government schools are electrified. So, when you talk about these key buzzwords like digital public infrastructure, which India has done amazingly well in certain areas over the past decade especially, we do still need to look at the fundamentals of electrification, devices, connectivity, when we talk about AI. So I know you have another question for me that will talk a little bit more about AI and other things, so I'll stop here. I don't want to spend too much time.
Sure, thanks so much.
Thank you.
It's lovely to have a panel that's so supportive and giving brief answers so that I can finish on time, perhaps. Daniel, I'm going to come to you next because I think you have a real-life example with a calendar that you've built, which is inclusive for people with various disabilities, right? And you've used AI in it. Can you tell the audience here more about the calendar and also what role did AI specifically play in making that calendar and how this calendar is empowering persons with disabilities today?
Sure. Independo is a calendar diary for people with learning disabilities. So we use pictograms instead of text to schedule appointments and also show them to the users. When you schedule an appointment, you can choose what, with whom, and where you would do it, where you like to go with. And there are 17,000 pictograms you can choose from or also add your own. Our main purpose is to integrate with common technologies such as Google Calendar, iCal, or all the standard calendars. And therefore we allow synchronization from Google to the Independo app. And here comes AI into play when we try to extract the relevant information of your calendar description and match it to certain pictograms. So, for example, if you write, I'm gonna eat cake with my grandmother in the garden, the AI will extract grandmother, garden, and cake, and will display it in our app. So, yeah, that's the basic challenge we face with AI and we try to solve with AI.
Would you want to talk a bit more about how your calendar is different from other calendars in that sense for people with disabilities as well?
Our calendar is different because we don't rely on text. We mostly rely on pictograms. Of course, certain text passages are in it, but yeah, and it's very simple and it's adjustable to the user. So we like to address all kinds of disabilities and therefore have a rich customization interface for each user and each disability.
Thank you. I'm going to come next to Tomar Aharoni from Nagesh. And Tomar, I'm a big Apple fan, and I realized that you arrived when I read this in a quote, in some article. Nagesh used to caption what Apple pays to payments. I thought that was the biggest compliment any accessible product can get in that sense. But can you tell us a bit more about what Nagesh does and what has AI done for that and how you've become the next Steve Jobs?
Well, not yet the next Steve Jobs, but absolutely. So Nagesh means accessible in Hebrew. I'm originally from Israel. And what we do is we're making communication more accessible. So today, if you have a profound hearing loss, if you're deaf, if you have a speech impediment, your only way to place a phone call or to communicate over the phone at a workplace or in person is to rely on another person, a sign language interpreter or a captioner. What Nagish does, it gives an opportunity for a person to have a private conversation, a direct conversation without relying on third parties. So Nagish really, the main product that we developed was an app that replaced the default phone app on your device and allowed anyone to place phone calls that are captioned in real time using AI. So a person can use Nagish to call anyone and receive calls from anyone. They don't need the other side to have the app installed. And what's nice is that last January, Nagish got certified by the Federal Communication Commission, the FCC, in the United States. So we can offer our services to millions of people with hearing loss, and we don't have to charge the users. In addition to our phone call solution, we also have an in-person solution that we call Nagish Live, which lets you caption any interaction around you and again communicate using text-to-speech by typing. And finally, we have a web solution that is an add-on for Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and Google Meet that is built to make the workplace more accessible. And talking about a quote that you mentioned, this was from we were recently interviewed by Forbes. Nagish raised $16 million earlier this year to make communication more accessible. And in the interview, the interviewer for Forbes said that to him it sounded like Nagish does to captioning what Apple is doing to payments. And I think what he meant by that is that really taking something that has been commoditized, captioning, speech to text has been around for a while, but we make it significantly accurate and significantly faster than anything out there, and we make it available to everyone over day-to-day communications, whether it's phone calls or in-person communication.
Great, thanks so much.
Of course.
We also have Bashir joining us virtually from CMCA. Can we have him on the screen, please? Yeah, hi. Hi, Bashir. We've spoken a lot about the positives of AI and how it's empowering people with disabilities, etc. But I was hoping if you could give us a 180-degree perspective on what are the jobs that AI might take away from persons with disabilities, and what are also the jobs that, the new jobs and opportunities that might come up for persons with disabilities in the world of AI. Yeah, so over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you crystal clear.
Okay, wonderful. I think, this is a wonderful question, but thankfully, at this point in time, we are not seeing a major sign in terms of job losses for particularly persons with disability at this point in time. But having said that, I need to also remind the audience and all of us, particularly the public sector, colleagues out there, is the fact that a billion people are understood to be the persons with disabilities, which means world's largest minority is persons with disability. And their multidimensional poverty makes it much more harder for them, particularly in rural developing settings. But when it comes to India, we go by the 15% threshold, there should be about 200 million people identified as disabled. But the government statistics suggest only 21 million, of which they say 70% of them are unemployed. So there is a kind of a drastic difference in terms of the recognition and understanding of the entire fact. Having said that, when it comes to job losses vis-a-vis job creation, now we have a lot of opportunities for persons with disability with AI. Ranging from speech to text-to-speech, image recognition, assistive robots, real-time translation, transliterations, transcriptions, cognitive assistance, and so on. There are a number of technologies that are scalable. Of course, there are quite a few startups that are in terms of creating solutions of the kind that we are also discussing today. But there are a large number of good tools that are available for persons with disability to be actually mainstream. So, in other words, there is more opportunity today for persons to be mainstreamed into the job market Only, what we need to ensure and understand is that we need to create an inclusive policy should be conducive, and the public sector cannot actually shy away by saying that the CSR and the private sector should take care of the disabled, which means 200 million people in India alone, and a billion people should take care of the private sector. And what is the role of the public sector? So that's a question that I wanted to pose today. Although there are not many job losses that we are seeing already in the sector, in the typical jobs that where we see a larger contribution made by persons with disability. But there are also certain areas where AI seem to be very relatively harder for it, such as performing arts, sports, recreation, personal care services, energy utilities, environmental protection, and so on, where there is a tremendous job opportunity. The only area where we are already seeing a lot of impact with regard to AI is IT, design, sales, analysis, legal profession, accounting profession, so on. So this is where we need to ensure that persons with disability are skilled in areas where it will be harder for the AI to perform, rather the best skills that persons with disability bring along in terms of solving numerous problems can be turned to them. So I would say that there is a need for public sector to be the main driver, not only in terms of providing conducive policy, but also funding support and steering the whole discourse, and also not limiting the whole discourse to just minuscule percentage of persons identified. Rather, we need to look into the broader definition of PWD, and also older people and vulnerable groups. And there is a responsibility for government, I would say.
Right. Thank you so much. Gian, I'm going to come to you next to add to this conversation in that sense. Sorry, I think there are 20 more minutes left as per the timer. Sorry? No, we were going to go through 2 rounds of questions, so. Yeah, okay. 20 minutes, we have 20 minutes, right? Okay, so can I just ask everybody just one question then? Okay, so what we're going to do instead is that, I'm going to ask one question. I'm going to request everybody to answer in 1 minute in that sense from their respective industry in that sense. That, 10 years down the line with AI in full flow, how different do you think the world will be for persons with disabilities? Let's start with the Prajita and then we can shift the mic to everybody else. 1 minute for everybody. Yeah? Bargained hard with the anchor. I understand that. Yeah.
I respect that. I think 10 years is a long time. Even if I look at next 2 years, I think when I talk about, again, I'm coming from a place of institutional learning, there'll be more acceptance. Right now, there's a lot of fear that, this is an unseeked advantage or this is not very ethical, might dilute those boundaries, it takes away from the rigor. I think these sort of fear will go away in next couple of years, and there's going to be largely more acceptance that it is supporting one's journey, it's enhancing it, it's not taking away from it. So I really look forward to this fear and fear of the unknown, diluting away with AI just seeping into our lives.
Thank you. Yeah?
Thanks, Nipun. A lot of pressure. 10 years down the road in the education space, I firstly fully agree that with Bashir that all the learners with disabilities are screened and assessed, right? And there is awareness in the school that they exist. I think that's the most important thing. Secondly, that AI, the tools and the assistance that it provides is seamlessly running in the background so that the teacher is at the center of the education process, facilitating learning for all learners. So learners with disabilities are mainstreamed. You're learning in the classroom together with everyone else. That's the vision that I hope to see in India, in the region, and around the world. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Paras?
So when we talk about inclusive education, the main pillars are basically teachers and care providers. So I think down the line of 10 years, AI will basically empower those to provide better care, because currently if you look at inclusive education, it's kind of a burden for the teacher. If you look at current school infrastructure also in India, down the lines, this overburden, this overload on teachers is going to reduce with AI. And if I have to summarize in short sentence, general education will have a 10x impact through AI, and inclusive education will have 100x impact through AI.
Thank you. Naren?
So for me, it's seeing our technology to transferring text into pictograms in every classroom. So the teachers write something on a blackboard and it will instantly be transformed into pictograms for people with learning disabilities. So people without disabilities and people with learning disabilities can share the same classroom and both benefit from each other.
Our vision for the future using AI is a world with no communication barriers, where every single person can communicate efficiently and privately with no limitations.
Thank you. Bashir, last word to you.
I think, within 10 years, if we are able to achieve access to all the tools and techniques, including, AI-assisted technology, put these in the hands of people. In other words, public digital infrastructure exclusively for, inclusion agenda. Ensuring that all the tools and techniques and everything that you are building are accessible and made available to people. And the second area that I think it should not be limited to Ministry of Social Justice. It should not be limited to Ministry of Social Justice. AI envoys in every ministry, everyone coming together, but also inclusion, assessment around inclusion in every sphere of public life carried out, so that we just do not see this as one small vertical, but a mainstream national agenda in terms of addressing the needs of persons with disabilities.
Right. Thank you so much. So I think the message from the panel already is clear, that I think in 10 years' time we'll be mainstreaming inclusion, hopefully through AI, and I think that's all of us work for that. Thank you so much, everybody.
And it was really to the point, and it came out across very clear that AI is the way forward for people with disabilities. I have 2 disabilities. I'm also hearing handicapped, and my life is totally depends on closed captioning, and I'm going to try your app. And with that, we come to the end of this panel. We have a token gift for you. Meanwhile, you accept your gift. I'm going to introduce the next panel, as we are running very, very, very short of time. I'm so sorry for hurrying you people up.
No worries.
So,
thank you.
So the next panel is on inclusive arts, and this is a very interesting panel because I feel art touches everybody and it should be open to everyone. So let's find out how art can break down barriers and become more inclusive for all. I invite Mrs. Meera Shenoy to the stage, and also Mr. Martin Essel.
Thank you. Can you hold this one? Thank you.
We also have Carolina Artjani, Head of Development and Inclusion at the Museum of Art and Photography. Carolina has been a driving force behind shaping the museum's inclusion effort since 2018, and her leadership extends to fundraising and strategic planning. She plays a key role as part of the senior leadership at the museum. Carolina's work is vital in making art accessible to all, and we are of course very eager to hear her insights. Welcome, Carolina. I welcome Bose Krishna Amchari, co-founder of Kochi Biennial Foundation, to the stage. Bose is a renowned contemporary artist and curator whose contributions have shaped the landscape of Indian and international art. His vision showcased through initiatives like the Kochi Muziris Biennial has created platforms for diverse voices in art to be heard. Let's give a big round of applause to our panelists, and I will hand it over now to Meena ma'am to conduct this panel.
The small slip I had given you, is that there?
Now, ma'am, after that we have one the break.
Yeah, is that paper there which I gave you? No. I'm through. Is it?
We need one more thing.
I'm so happy that for the first time, we're having inclusive arts in the mainstream Zero Project India conference. And we have such a wonderful panel before us. We have Carolina, who is supposed to join us, but she has a one-year-old baby. And so she's going to join us virtually, but has a wonderful, will speak about MAP, which is an amazing organization, its philosophy, and the work it does with the community. So over to you, Carolina.
Thank you, Meera. Is the presentation visible?
We can see you, we can hear you, but we can't see the presentation. Yes, now we can.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everybody. I am delighted to be part of the conference and to share the journey and the vision behind the Museum of Art and Photography, We are based in Bangalore. We are based in Bangalore. The institution was born out of the idea of our founder, Mr. Abhishek Poddar. His vision was to make this collection of art accessible to all, and to share the privilege he had growing up among an artist. Abhishek experienced firsthand the power of the arts to transform lives. And so he wanted to ensure that this power could be shared in the widest possible way. So today, MAP's mission is very clear and it's ambitious. We aim to harness the transformative potential of art to enrich lives, ignite creativity, and connect people. Through innovative experiences, meaningful dialogue, and by building communities, we are committed to making art accessible and engaging for everybody. So in 2019, we embarked on a journey to place inclusion at the heart of MAP's ethos. And I should also say that MAP only opened a year and a half ago. So our journey on inclusion started way before MAP even opened its door to the public physically. At that time, we reached out to experts, to peers, to institutions, both within India as well as internationally, to help us shape our vision. Over the years, we have built a dedicated team to drive our inclusion efforts. And today, this team has grown to 4 passionate members entirely dedicated to inclusion at the museum. And while we do acknowledge that inclusion is a continuous effort, and we will never be able to be 100% inclusive or accessible, we want to ensure along the way that inclusive practices are embedded across all of our teams, from our exhibitions to education, programming, design, marketing, communication, visitor experience, collections, HR, development, admin, technology, I can go on. But every team at MAP is committed to embracing inclusivity. So actually, it is thanks to this collective effort from all the departments that we were honored with the NCP Emphasis Universal Design Award this year. And just yesterday, we also received the news that we've been awarded the NDTV Summer Hero Awards for 2024. For us as an organization, this is a huge honor, and we do hope that we will be able to live up to this honor. So our approach to inclusion is multifaceted, and it encompasses several key areas. In fact, four key areas. One is our accessible infrastructure. So we were very lucky because we were able to start working inclusion way before we opened. So from the design stage, we worked closely with the Diversity and Equal Opportunity Center, DIOC. They worked closely with our architects to ensure that the building is accessible and welcoming to all. As part of infrastructure, I also want to say a few words about how we have been supported by other organizations such as Barrier Break in creating accessible digital platforms. Because we wanted to open during the pandemic, we first had to open digitally. And that became a huge issue for us because we asked ourselves, how do we become accessible in the digital form? And so that's where our focus shifted. And now today, thanks to that, we can keep both aspects in mind, the digital world as well as the physical infrastructure. So in a way that the big chunk of that work happened before, and now it's a continuous work of continuous improvement of our infrastructure. Our exhibitions and programs are open to all, and with every exhibition, from the way we design the space, from the height of the artworks, the font size of the labels, the choice colors, of lighting, availability of audio descriptions and Indian Sign Language description of artworks. We continually seek new ways to invite audiences to engage with art in meaningful ways. And we are especially experimenting with tactile artworks in ways that hope to relay the not just how the artwork looks, but also what the artists intend to convey in the artwork. And this is also true for our education programs and the public programs that we do. We offer ISL for all of our public conference and talks, for example. The third point is about HR practices. We sensitize and train our own team regularly because we believe that until and unless inclusion is embraced from within, we will not be able to truly have an inclusive output and serve our audiences in the best possible way. We also have 6-month internship on a rolling basis that is only open to people with disabilities. We believe that creating a pathway to a career in the arts for people with disabilities is extremely important. A pathway career in the arts is hard as it is for anybody. People from any marginalized background, especially people with disabilities, is sometimes something that is not even considered. And finally, and this is possibly our biggest challenge at the moment, it is meaningful engagement with the community. We feel that we are now entering a phase where the bulk of the work from the museum perspective is done. And now it's about being proactive and going out and spreading the word and demonstrating that everybody truly is welcome. And for the community also to tell us whether this is true and how can we do it better. And I hope you will not mind us more plugging, but that's also what we will be discussing at our second inclusion conference on the 15th of November at MAP in Bangalore, where we want to hear from different communities about their experience of engaging with museums and cultural organizations and really hear everybody's thoughts. So to conclude, I want to share a quote from one of the participants we heard from in the report that we commissioned to the Riti Foundation that was titled Inclusion in Museums, Perspective of People with Disabilities. The report is available on our website if anybody is interested. And the participant said, for many disabled people, leisure is an alien word. So at MAP, we are committed to ensuring that this sentiment changes and that arts and culture are not only accessible, but welcome to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. I think you ended it with a very appropriate quote, which we should all remember. And therefore, we're so happy we have an inclusive art session today. The next speaker is one and only, I think anyone who works with the art knows the one and only Bose Krishnamachari, colorful person who's done this beautiful, and if any of you have not seen it, just go for it. The Kochi Biennale, where art is available in the best of the most beautiful buildings on the streets. It's really a not to miss. And what's important for us today is the kind of work he's done with neurodiverse art. Because when a person like him picks this topic up, he's able to mainstream the art of disability into these large, very prestigious art events. Bose, thanks so much for coming. We really appreciate your presence here, and over to you.
Good evening. Thank you, Martin, and thank you, Mira, for inviting me to be part of this amazing conference, relevant conference. I represent, Kochi Biennial Foundation. I'm the director of the Kochi Moses Biennale, also the president of the Kochi Biennial Foundation. I'm an artist. I was born in a small village in Kerala. Moved to Bombay for my degree and did my master's from London Goldsmiths College. Back in Mumbai, lives and works from Mumbai and Kochi. Here it is, when we talk about Biennial is an Italian word. The first edition of the Biennale was opened in 1895 in Venice. Venice Biennale now runs for 7 months every other year. We have other verticals also, architecture biennale, film biennial, performance biennale, etc. We have Kochi Moses Biennale, have many verticals, not like a students biennale, art by children, arts and medicine, curated film screening, let's talk, these kind of things. Can I have the next? I don't know, should I do it myself? Okay. I just wanted to talk about the first edition of the Biennale was started on 12/12/12. And it was ideated from Mumbai. Actually, then Culture and Education Minister of Kerala had visited Mumbai, and he said, you are all very successful in your career. What is the best thing can be offered to the state? My colleague and other friends, we felt it is an important festival needed to be opened, so we suggested a Biennale would be the right thing to do. But people didn't know what is a Biennale, so we had to educate it in many ways that, make what is a Biennale, why we are doing it, and we given some kind of presentation, slide presentation, carried the projectors in schools, 35 schools here and there. My artist friends went around and given performances as well. So there are many Biennales around the world, more than 316 Biennales around the world. And some of them exist, some of them vanished. Like in fact, when we talk about Biennale, the first Trinale was initiated by India in 1968. Unfortunately, it could not sustain or survive. So in the Biennale, what are the kind of things happen? Like we have all kinds of work from drawing, graphics to AI projects as well. It's always inaugurated by the Chief Minister of Kerala and supported by the patrons from around the world, especially from national level. We don't have FCRs, so we cannot accept that kind of funds, but we have incredible artists coming from international arena. 60% of international artists and 40% of Indian artists will be shown in that biennial. Students' Biennale is one of the most important biennial. I believe that, given importance to education and also an opportunity to work parallel to the main biennial, students get an opportunity to come by And there will be young curators we given an opportunity to curate the project as well as exhibit. We produce the projects and exhibit in 2 or 3 venues. This is also, they get an opportunity to meet up with the great artists coming from around the world, and architects, designers, all kinds of creative thinkers and practitioners during the time of the biennial drop into Kochi. People from MoMA to Tate Modern to you name any best institutions around the world, we have people. But what is Kochi is known for is, it is known for People's Biennial because the participation of the local, regional and national is incredible in numbers. The first edition we had around 400,000 people visited, the second edition 500,000, and the last edition we had, we have so far 5 editions happened. Last edition we had nearly 600,000 people visited. Another program is, when we were talking about education, one of the most important aspects is to make sensitize children. So we have a program called ABC, Art Room, Art by Children. It is called ABC. And this will be, earlier we send out 3 to 4 days, we send out experts, musicians, performers, painters, architects, artists, all those people to 3 days workshop in different 100 schools, in different government schools. Now, we changed into we believe in consistency, so we felt it is important to have a place for learning. So we created art rooms for 10 schools, funded by the Kochi Biennale Foundation with the help of many patrons, lovers of art and things like that. So the programs happens in this temporary pavilion. A Biennale is also a temporary museum kind of exhibition. This pavilion is designed by one of the greatest Indian architects. It's also, imagine it is a temporary pavilion. We didn't want to take it out, but we have to. So we have people like Ramchandra Guha to many other incredible minds come and talk to during the time of the biennial. Everything is curated. We believe in curating everything, each and every aspect of it. Art by artists on the neurodiverse spectrum is like, it just happened, there's an incredible lady from Bangalore had visited me and said, what is the best thing can be associated with the neuro autistic kids? And I have a very good friend, also an advisor to the Biennale Foundation, Vijay Raghavan, G. Vijay Raghavan. He also got 2-3 schools called Artism in Trivandrum. So there are a lot of great children with incredible talent, but there was no opportunity was given to them to show their practices. So we have now ECAPA, this Shalini from Bangalore, Shanili Gupta from Bangalore organized this ECAPA exhibition. It was in Delhi. The first edition was in Kochi, parallel with the main biennial. That time we called it Outsider Art, an exhibition of paintings by individuals with autism spectrum disorder. So looking at these works, I feel there's no way art cannot be taught. I believe that art cannot be taught, but it could be imbibed. So what is important is to create spaces for them to learn and present their practices. We have been trying to do it. This is part of the Keralaiyam festival. I also requested that it is important to have the neurodiverse kids exhibition. So I have temporarily made this professionally done exhibition space. I don't believe in, it is very important to how you present an artwork. Its scenography is important. Who are the people visiting your exhibition? All those things, so we try to bring as many as possible. Thank you so much. And there is a video, but I don't know whether it is important to see it. We don't have much time. This is by Chris Durkan. He used to be the Tate Modern's director. So anyway, that's basically talking about the biennial, the importance of biennial and things like that. Thank you, Zero Project, and you were working on an incredible space. I don't know how to thank you, both of you and all of you, for working towards creating talents, bringing talents to the sphere of living spaces. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you both for your presence here and for this incredible presentation. And let me tell all of you that you must go to the Kochi Biennale. Next, we have our own Martin SL, whose family has started the SL Foundation and the Zero Project. His daughter Isabel is interested in inclusive art, and the father-daughter duo have this passion. So over to you, Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Mira. Thank you, Bosie and Caroline, for these kind words and this very important topic. It made me really sad, the information for many disabled people, leisure is an alien word. What does that mean? That the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, covering all aspects of life, is not fulfilled so far. And this is why we try really to focus additionally to topics you have heard concerning education, concerning accessibility, employment, also for arts and culture. I was blessed to have different experiences, how important art, what important role art can play for a life. My parents have been collecting contemporary art from all over the world during the last 60 years, and I was a little child, always being with them, and were enriched by arts. And therefore, I experienced that art has really the power of transformation. Art enriches and balance our lives. Art supports the creativity of a human being and strengthens, lastly, also our talents and our lives. And therefore, we have to break down barriers to hinder persons with disabilities for accessing the arts. And this includes access in building, education, training, and employment opportunities in this aspect. I would like now to try to show you what has been prepared. Yes, what does the Zero Project do? We are a community-driven and are developing a network of experts from all over the world with and without disabilities. The Zero Project is, like always, seeking for innovation with global research and peer reviews. We are showcasing innovative approaches in performances, and we are connecting the people to embedding programs within the global disability inclusion community, underlining nothing about us without us. And I would now like to give you some examples what we have done so far during our conferences, and I'm very happy that Mira is also bringing this on the agenda, the topic of arts and culture. We are dancing together, person with and without disability, in the premises of the United Nations, the same like in Chile or now in India, and hopefully also in Singapore. We will have our event at the end of November. The UN created, together with a street artist from Australia, a new art icon for Vienna. This is a girl with a dove, and the dove is flowing away, and this is a sign of peace and freedom. It is 50 meters high and 20 meters wide. A 1,000 square meter facade was created for a period of 3 weeks. And what we did was to create, together with persons who are blind, a tactile board so that everyone can see and feel this art work. And for all of you who will join us at the next Zero Project conferences in Vienna, you will have the possibility to see and touch and feel it. We were inspired by a Serbian art group who showed us how to create tactile boards. And together with this gentleman on the left-hand side, who is an expert in arts and almost blind, we are together designing with production companies how to create this. On the right-hand side, you will see Jana. She's a street artist from Serbia, and we invite her at the 10th anniversary of cooperation with the UN to create a artwork called Inclusion during the conference itself. It was within 3 days she sprayed and painted an artwork, and together with this tactile board she is holding in our hand now, we made it accessible for all of us. And it was an amazing event and very new. Now a further innovation was that we found out that persons with disability have no ideas which museums are accessible for their needs. And the museums directors, they are investing in some accessibility activities, but the person with disabilities are not coming into these museums. And therefore, we decided to create a museum guide, an inclusive museum guide last year with 130 museums, where we defined exactly what accessibility feature the museums had in terms of architecture both and communication to inform about the artworks, the exhibitions and the like, and no matter what a different type of disability person has, so that they know exactly I have to go and I can go without any stress to museum A, B or C. And finally, I would like to give you also information about music, what we are doing there. We found a chorus, the White Hand Chorus Nippon, coming to Vienna. 84 children and young adults between 6 years and 25 years, half of them being deaf, with a white gloves on their hands, and they performed for the reason of the 200th anniversary of Ludwig van Beethoven. It's a German composer, the 9th Symphony. the Ninth Symphony, which is actually the anthem also of the European Union. And it was amazing to see those kids and girls and boys designing music and signing music, and the other ones who had other kinds of disability, they sang the songs, and it was really, really touching. And I would suggest that we now show a very short video where these guys are performing the Zero Project anthem. I hope that you will like it. The noise is missing. Sound.
I think that is so inspirational. So any questions can be, they are here. Please feel free to question them after they mingle with all of you. Just to end this by saying, Youth for Jobs, we've just launched our Global Ability Photo Challenge. So if any of you are a person with disability or have friends with disability, just ask them to pick up their phone, just shoot with a mobile. It's for amateurs, it's for professionals. Last year we had 800 entries from 13 countries, and this year we plan to better it. It's a very, very inspirational event. So please spread the word around and get lots of people to apply. And thank you all. I found this session extremely inspirational. The video was amazing, Martin, if I can see it. So I hope there are funders here who will start sponsoring, partnering, encouraging talent. Tomorrow we're going to have a 2-minute Bharatnatyam clip with Ashwini over here. So thank you all.
Really touching, the video and all, and it's a beautiful video. It really touched, I think, all of us out here. So next we have the exhibition inaugural, and we'll have Mr. Rajesh Agrawal who will inaugurate the exhibition. We request all of you to please join for the inaugural, and then there's a coffee break. So we'd like you all to bring your coffee in probably, because we are running very short of time. So it will be good if we can have the coffee inside and we carry on with the panel discussion. So thank you. See you outside. Wow. Call people. So welcome back everyone, and we will now start a power-packed panel discussion on a truly transformative topic. The topic is the power of employer and employee networks. Today we'll dive into how these networks can empower individuals with disabilities and create more inclusive workplaces with our esteemed panel. There is also a video from ILO team. I invite Sarbani Chakrabarti, Director at the Confederation of Indian Industry, to take the moderator's chair. Sarbani leads the Development Initiatives Vertical and is the convener of the India Business and Disability Network. She has over 2 decades of experience in promoting industry action for inclusion and social development. Let's give a big applause to Sarbani. Welcome, Sarbani. On the panel are Sameer Garg, Regional Branch Banking Head at Axis Bank. With over 25 years of experience, Sameer has established himself as a leader in retail and corporate banking. He's been at the forefront of scaling new businesses and nurturing client relationships. He currently heads retail banking for Axis Bank in North India. Welcome, Sameer. We also have Milan Dang, the India Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Lead at NatWest. He is responsible for embedding DEI strategy in India. Milan joined the bank in 2011 as a risk analyst and most recently worked as regulatory and risk reporting and controls lead in finance. Milan holds a Bachelor of Technology in Mechanical Engineering from IIT Guwahati and an MBA from IIM Kozhikode. Milan, please come on the stage. Welcome. Next, we have Madhubala Sharma, Senior IXT Lead for Asia Pacific and the Middle East at Amazon. Madhu's 20+ years of experience in a leadership development, diversity and inclusion have been instrumental in designing programs that foster gender intelligence and disability sensitization. Welcome, Madhu. Next, we have Vishal Pujar, Head of Accessibility and Digital Inclusion at Ethos India. Vishal has been leading accessibility initiatives for over 17 years, driving change and mentoring colleagues. As a certified accessibility and Scrum professional, Vishal has expertise in various domains, including retail, commercial banking, and accessibility standards. His commitment to creating accessible environments makes him a powerful advocate for inclusion. Welcome, Vishal. And our last panelist is Ms. Kirsten Peckel, Deputy Commercial Counselor at the Austrian Embassy Commercial Section. She has extensive experience in promoting Austrian business globally. She brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise in fostering international trade relations. Welcome, Kirsten. And now I'll hand over the panel to Sarbani. Let's give them a big hand.
Hello. I'm audible, I hope. That's the usual habit because we've been doing a lot of e-meetings. Anyways, so as the name suggests, the power of employer and employee network, and I would say that it's aptly named, given that we have a very powerful set of organizations here, Axis Bank, NatWest, Amazon, that has been touching everyone's lives, the Austrian Trade Commission, and ATOS. To begin with, I'll just introduce where I am coming from. I'm from the Confederation of Indian Industry. There is a presentation here, which I think, do we have the clicker? Yes, please, you can go to the next slide. Just click on the next slide. Yes, so I'm representing the Confederation of Indian Industry, the India Business and Disability Network. This is a network of businesses, companies, to cross-learn, to understand the space of disability inclusion, what we are doing and how we are doing it. We are basically providing an opportunity for companies to come together, network, and to talk about workplace inclusion. This also includes building a lot of knowledge around this space of disability inclusion. We are also looking at facilitating a lot of partnerships between companies as well as with the service providers and NGOs. What we are also doing is that we are enabling employment within the workplaces through numerous job fairs and partnerships with other employment organizations. So I'll dive straight into the theme today, given that we've been strictly told that it's a 30-minute session that we'll have. So I'll move to Samir first. Samir, you're with Axis Bank and would love to hear what Axis Bank is doing, more so around the space of promoting employment of persons with disabilities.
Sure. Thanks, Arvani. So first of all, I would like to give a brief. Like at Axis Bank, we believe that the contribution to the society is not limited to providing the reliable banking services, but it goes much, much more beyond that. And one of the driving force behind it sits people, and the people with the various abilities. And that's where we contribute, and we are working on it. One of the guiding principles and a tagline, what we say organization-wide, is the onus of inclusion is not on those who are excluded, but on those, all of us, who are already included, right? So on that particular principle, we as a bank, we are learning, we are doing things what we feel are right in this area. And some of the things I would want to emphasize or touch upon what we are doing currently as an organization are driving inclusive leadership. When I say that, it is not a function or a human resource department's function. We are driving inclusiveness in the leadership, and by guiding them and by institutionalizing it. Second is our accessibility initiatives. If I may touch upon some of these small initiatives, be it making our ATM machines more accessible. While we have already started work, there are many more where we need to work upon, but by keeping their heights adjusted so that the wheelchair accessibility is there, there is an audio support which is provided to them so that people are able to get the right voice to understand the commands, as well as the braille buttons which are there. Second is we are also made all gender restrooms across our all major offices in the major cities. That's also one of the things what we are trying to do as an institution. Third, on an hiring side, what we are doing is we are running various drives, what we call is come as you are, right, to have more inclusive workforce with us, going beyond their resumes and their education qualification, and we are promoting it so that at least people from the various fields and various walks of life can walk into our offices and we can have them and make our workforce more inclusive. The other thing I would want to mention is about our employee empowerment. We are just not hiring PWDs, we are also hiring people in the leadership roles, so that the employee empowerment, in fact, it is not just being looked at as an exercise to be done, to be looked as more diverse workplace, but there are many PWDs who are at leadership positions, going as senior vice presidents in the bank of the same rank what I'm sitting at. So that is something to also we are encouraging, and at the same point in time while hiring, we are making sure that our additional new hiring which is happening is there is a good amount of diversity mix is happening there, which includes the PWDs. The cultural transformation, which is something which as an organization wide we are working on, because again we believe that it is not just about skilling the PWDs, it is about training or making our workforce or supervisory layer more used to of working with the PWDs, right? As to how comfortable they are, how much do they understand the needs, the abilities, and then they are able to bring the PWDs into the mainstream. So we are working, in fact, on this particular thing, and there are various ways in which we are driving this by, of course, training, coaching, and then by doing train the trainer workshops, so that the employees who are in the business roles are possibly talking about it with a larger workforce. We are a large organization with over 100,000 people, so it definitely would take some time for us to be there, but at the same point in time, we are making every possible effort. And of course, our efforts on the community engagement, what we are also doing with Youth for Jobs by doing a program called WISE, where we are training a lot of young PWDs on this WISE program to make them train them into the soft skills as well as more employable skills. In addition to that, I think the only thing I would want to touch upon is we are also working on the sustainable livelihood programs, where we are working with the marginalized farmers and also training them to get into a mainstream work. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Samir. And I think there's a complete 360-degree approach I'm seeing, and the way you guys are working. Given that you've spoken a lot about hiring and employment of persons with disabilities, the next step is around, the building, retaining them, looking at their career growth. So here I would like to invite Milan. Milan is from NatWest. If he can talk more about, how they are looking at not just employment, but also beyond that, are there initiatives around their growth, retention? Milan, over to you.
Thank you, Samani, and thanks, Samir. It was very helpful. I'll start with NatWest. As a purpose-led organization, one of our core value is inclusion, and that's how it is so core to us and so close to us. The standards to which we live, what we say inclusion is for us every day, is called inclusion policy. So we have a policy as well which defines and lets all our colleagues know in terms of how they are expected to be treated as well, and colleagues how they are supposed to be acting as allies as well. At the top of our organization, what we have is something called an Inclusion Council, as you see here, which is looking at various aspects of inclusion and bringing them to life at NatWest. And all of these councils are sponsored and led by business teams. We have a very strong core belief that it is for everyone to be ally and in the businesses and not anywhere else. Interestingly, what you will also observe is that the council we have got in India at NatWest is supported by 3 core verticals at the bottom, which is talent acquisition, or how do we gain talent from diverse talent from the markets, develop them through L&D focus, sustain, and then also have communication to build more allyship space. So those have been absolutely key verticals and key focus areas for us to look through the entire employee life cycle. Now, I know Mani had asked me to speak specifically on the retention and development space. I'll touch upon 3 critical aspects in there. The first one, which is core to what we define, is called experiential learning to develop allyship. It is for, and as my colleague Sameer mentioned, it is for those who are included in the ownership lies, and that's what this vertical focuses on, to ensure that we are building a culture of experiential learning and driving allyship at NatWest. Just to give a flavor of what we exactly mean by that, every year we do a fest called Enable Fest, where we invite in entrepreneurs with disabilities to bring their products, share that with our colleagues. It's an experiential way for colleagues to learn, and that's an opportunity where we take speak to our colleagues to bring up any disclosures to be mentioned about their disabilities as well, the government UID card benefits, and making sure that they enroll for it. We have seen a huge success on colleagues being more comfortable to have their personal information updated. I won't call it disclosures, it's not a right word, but have the personal information updated as well for organization then to do the needful. Along with that, there are, so this is more of a physical format. We do have a very strong digital format of training for all colleagues, modules like Disability Smart, sign language modules, which have been taken up by more than 10,000 of our colleagues, and we feel proud about that as well. So there are some of those initiatives which we do, and we call them as allyship and experiential learning. Having said that, the second core vertical is to retain and to advance or grow our colleagues with or persons with disabilities space. There are modules which we look at much more one-to-one space. One of them I would like to call is called Well Connect, which is started during COVID years to specifically look at the needs for our colleagues who have disabilities and make sure that that is addressed as well. We didn't stop there, went on to make sure that that is a regular phenomena or a platform available for any physical or mental well-being challenges if colleagues face. There are times when they are not even aware of our accessibility, digital and physical accessibility workplace adjustments which are available as well, and that makes a huge difference to their lives. So some of those initiatives through Well Connect helps colleagues feel part of the organization, retain, and actually bring their best in what is in their potential space. Along with that, we do a career development program, and then a mentorship program by senior leaders in the organization. And mentorship is taken very seriously in terms of how do we drive their career advancement space. So that's something which is very close to the council focus priorities. At this moment, I also wanted to take and speak specifically on neurodiversity condition. That's one area where we feel we have a long journey to go, especially in the country space. Works which have been done largely are on awareness. That was a big gap for all colleagues. And post-awareness, ensuring that we have support for diagnosis as well. So we have lined up diagnosis support or assistance with external agencies. And post-diagnosis, again, looking at coaching for colleagues as well as for line managers to make sure that it is actually a successful model going forward. So looking through the life cycle of the space from a neurodiversity condition space as well. These are some of the glimpses of what we have been doing on retaining and development.
Thanks, Milan, and amazing work on the neurodiversity space. We know that it's a new space, and many companies are actually looking at solutions and seeing how they can engage them better. So a lot to learn from you. and we'll ensure that we have a separate call with other, companies as well to understand how NatWest is doing that. Over to Madhu. Madhu, I know you've had a great experience and been working, have worked in a slew of technology-based companies. So my question is, firstly, how you're seeing the companies performing when it comes to inclusion of persons with disabilities. And also a linked question to that is that do you think technology is going to be the game changer here?
Thank you so much for that question. And I don't have a PowerPoint because I may end up making some PowerPoints. So just follow along. Sorry, no visuals for you. I'm sitting here as a PowerPoint for you. So with that, I think the organizations have the right intent in place. That's one. And with that right intent, we are definitely going to make some progress. And how will that happen? We at Amazon have done quite a few things. One, we have people with disabilities, a lot of them at entry levels. I heard Samir talk about at leadership levels. I'm thinking I'll send my CV across. Looks like there's an employment deal happening here. So we at Amazon, how we are fueling hiring initiatives is by having tie-ups with the government. We have MOUs with different state governments. We also have skilling initiatives and then skill and hire, because we also realize that people with disabilities do not get that level of education. A lot of the people, we've been talking about 70% living in the rural areas. And that's happening because a lot of them either do not end up getting the resources to go to schools, or if they do go to schools, they do not get a mainstream exposure or mainstream education. And hence, they end up lacking the skills required to get into a corporate or get into an organization. And that then organizations see as a big challenge, and then the organizations say, we are ready to hire, but the pool is not available. So for us to create that pool, a recommendation and a humble suggestion is to invest in people's learnings. And as much as we can invest in mainstreaming people with disabilities, we will go a long, long way in including them into the workforce as well. That's one point. Now, another point we have at Amazon, and I've seen this in my previous organization as well, is a strong employee and employer network, the theme of this session. We as people with disabilities have a very strong, well-knit, well-connected employee resource group, which we call the as affinity group, which is led by people with disabilities and their allies. And what we as a part of that ERG do is take our voices to the leadership and tell them that here are the barriers that we face, help us bridge these gaps. And we as people with disabilities sitting out there as well, people with disabilities, we need to own it up and bridge that gap, the employment gap that may be, that exists. We need to bridge that gap and say that, hey, here we are skilled, and we will bring not our disabilities but our talents to the table. Look beyond the disability. That's what we do. What the employers do is our senior leadership, the India leadership, all at the senior levels, the director and above levels, they sponsor each council. So there's a council for people with disabilities that is sponsored by a senior leader, and they are then responsible for navigating and finding solutions to our challenges. So that's a well-knit channel that works well, and that can work for other organizations as well. The other challenge that organizations need to tackle and work with is where we say, we love to hire, but you know what? We're not ready yet. And we're not ready yet means next year, we're not ready yet. The year after, we're not ready yet. And that readiness will come only when we choose to have people with disabilities alongside solving for the readiness challenge as well. So nothing without us, about us, is a message, a power message that I want all of us to work about and think about. The last part that I want to touch upon is the question that you asked about technology. Technology definitely is going to be a game changer, is a game changer. I've been living with disability since birth, and I studied through an integrated system of education. I studied alongside sighted colleagues, and when my friends watched Srikanth Bola movie, they went through deja vu. They did not have like, oh my God, people with disabilities can do this? Oh, are those the challenges of blind people? Because they sat alongside someone who's blind. So if we can mainstream, that's going to be super helpful. And that point in time, technology was not as evolved as it is now. 20 years ago, when I had my first phone, I would remember the pressing of the buttons to save a contact, or pressing of the buttons. I press 2 buttons down, one top left button. Okay, here I go. That's how I set an alarm, and I may end up setting the wrong alarm for a wrong time as well. But now it's a game changer. I can just use my phone, tell the smartphone to set an alarm, or navigate using the screen reader, and work it out. I can use the washing machine because there is a smart app to it, and I can work with that. I can use a smart weighing scale, a digital weighing scale, because there is an app to it. I can use the AC using the app. So technology has now given me, can I say 90% of my sight? Quite a bit, right? And here is another power message that I want to leave with technologists. Make your apps accessible for people like us, because we depend a lot on them. We are your customers. 20% of the world's population is your customers. Make them accessible. Thank you. And definitely, one last point, AI is also going to do wonders, help us build accessibility, fill accessibility gaps, and give us wings to fly. So those are my power messages. Thank you.
Awesome. 3 big power messages, super powerful, from our super powerful Madhu. Since we were talking about accessibility and apps, so I'll move on to Vishal, who heads accessibility actually in ATIS. And Vishal, what's your suggestion on ensuring accessibility at workplaces, how companies can do a better job? Also, in terms of employee networks, since given that we have the theme of employer-employee network, what's been your experience?
Sure. Many thanks. Fortunately or unfortunately, normally 2 things happens every time when I'm on a panel discussion. Either I'm put on a panel discussion after the tea break, so half of the audience is already gone. So nevertheless, those who are here appreciate your being here, and will try to get the things engaging. So leading from from accessibility standpoint, when I talk about some of the examples, a few days back I was working on my laptop, and immediately my screen started flickering, and then I realized that it was a liquid damage to the screen. Fortunately, I was kind of aware how screen reader works, and I started using JAWS to look at least my messages on Teams and at least reply to them saying that yes, I'm not comfortable, but yes, I can reply to your messages. By the time I had an additional screen and get my screen fixed. The second example I wanted to talk about is I was getting my daughter from school, and every Saturday we have a cleaning at our society parking where they clean it with water and soap. I told her that don't run, you will skid and fall. And I was just moving ahead and I saw behind and she fell down. Her ankle was hurt, and then I was looking at her. Why did you do that even if I am telling you? And she was looking at me. No, I did not do anything differently. And I realized when I was looking at her shoes, the shoes did not have a great grip. And that's where I realized that when we do any kind of procurement, because the topic today we have is employer and employee networks, I would want to cover the different angles to it. And this is one of the angles when we do the procurements of products and services. Are we really careful about getting the products and services which are really accessible? The third example, recently one of my cousin who had a brain tumor operated, and he got a paralyzed 15% on his right side. When he started going back to his job, he realized that he was not treated in the same way that he was treated earlier with the colleagues. And it's not an IT kind of job, but production and mechanical engineering kind of job. So he unfortunately resigned from the job and came back. And then I realized the mindset part. We talk about innovation, we talk about artificial intelligence, machine learning, and a lot of things. As in India context, what is the mindset when we look at someone who is disabled? Are we open? Are we caring? Are we supportive? That's where the perspective I would really want to bring in to tie the dots, connect the dots with the today's topic. So moving on from ATOS's perspective, ATOS has a long-standing commitment to diversity and sustainability. And when it comes to disability and inclusion and accessibility, which was one of our main drivers when we had our membership with Valuable 500. To accelerate the inclusion aspect and ensuring that access of inclusion through digital technology and cultural change, we are adopting a same thought process that we have adopted for decarbonization and security. We are treating exclusion like a pollution. So that's where our programs are, and we have ESG approach, which we are recognized for that for around top 50 global companies, where which is the disability inclusion is clearly a social topic for us. And from governance standpoint, we have S of social and G of governance, where we have appointed an executive leader for accessibility for our global programs to take care of these initiatives. Sorry, again, I'm not so used to using the clicker, and that's where the struggle. And this normally happens with someone who is disabled, and if they are not used to it. So while we create the solutions, services, we need to ensure that the person who wants to use it, it is accessible to that person. When we talk about the ESG approach and having a leadership on a program standpoint, we have been committed to ensure that any document, any presentation, or any website that is published in a public domain or for internal employees, we ensure that those documents are accessible, PowerPoint presentations are accessible, PDFs are accessible. I am the one who is taking care of all these documents. And that's where the impact comes into picture, direct impact of designing accessible products and services for our customers and employees while ensuring the physical and digital accessibility compliance through internal testing. We have a strong team where we try and do the internal testing to ensure the things are compliant. On indirect impact perspective, from 2023, we have inclusive procurement. I mean, one of the example which I gave about the procurement, how we need to look at it. So any RFPs, RFQs that we need to address, or any supplier contracts, we ensure that the accessibility checkbox is checked, at least to start saying that yes, we have support. Our suppliers also support the accessibility. And then we also do the assessments with the scorecards and annual surveys that we have started from 2024. And influencing across value chain, we have active participation with Valuable 500, ILO, Global Business Disability Network, and then innovation and employability through partnership with GIZ and Zero Project, obviously, supporting Paralympic events and driving awareness through We the 15 movement. So that's where we stand in terms of ethos. Couple of more points I would want to cover, which we...
Vishal, you have just a minute.
Yeah, sure. I'll try and cover up in the minute. While we talk about the employee networks, we have a network, ADAPT network. I was trying to connect the dots and see what ADAPT is. I mean, not the real meaning, but able and disabled people together. Right? So that's where we have a network where any issues that are raised, we take it to the management and try to get it resolved. And this for people with disabilities, where network supports the individual and disabilities from any issues, neurodiverse employees and caregivers and individuals with disabilities. There are other ERG groups as well, but I would not be talking about that. So that's where I would want to take a pause in terms of what we do from ATOS standpoint, what are my perspective from digital accessibility standpoint. So many thanks for inviting me here as a panel member.
Thanks so much, Vishal. And I'll move on to Kirsten. Kirsten is from the Austrian Embassy, the Trade Commission, and she's been to India just a couple of days back. So welcome to India, Kirsten, and would love to hear from you about companies in Austria. What are their inclusion practices, and whether you have networks there as well or not, and something that we can learn, the Indian companies can learn from them.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Today I have the honor to present you two practical examples, and I want to build on Mrs. Madhu PowerPoint, the readiness of companies. As you see a picture of the last My Ability Business Forum, it's a platform with over 50 companies. They're meeting, they're supporting each other to find creative solutions and to create inclusive workplaces for people with disabilities. It's a best practice sharing from more experienced companies to newer companies to the topic, and it's a peer-to-peer exchange where really practical solutions are shared, because the legal side is one side, but then to find the practical solutions in reality is the other one. And that one is allowing companies to enhance their knowledge, to share best practices, be it in the hiring of people, in the supporting of the employees with disabilities, and to really help them in a day-to-day basis to share their concepts and to share the knowledge. The second platform I want to mention is the workplace integration via the NIBA network. It's occupational assistance network on the ground. So there is assistance in people who are already employed in companies to help them, be it with the accessibility of the workplace, be it with communication issues, being with reaching the workplace from their home. It's really practical assistance where each case is seen individual, and treated individual to find solutions for the sake of the people, for the good of the people, and also for the good of the companies. Because for sure, all individual solutions cost a lot of money, and that organization is there to support it. Also, the Austrian Ministry of Social Affairs plays a key role. As you know, the costs might be high, but with the support of government institutions, it is possible to find solutions, be it beforehand, in the job coaching, be it in the assistance on the workplaces. And these services ensure that individuals can really receive the support they need, that they can thrive in a corporate environment. So that's the two practical examples I wanted to present you today, and thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kirsten. Lot to learn, and would request if you can also connect us with the NIBA network. As India Business Disability Network, we can cross-learn and understand what they are doing, and perhaps, build some partnerships with them.
I will be happy to do that.
Thanks. And before we close, there's a message from the ILO which we would like to play. They were supposed to be here, but they've sent the message at least. So would request if someone can play it.
Thank you very much for this opportunity for the International Labour Organization, the ILO, to address you at the Zero Project India Conference 2024, specifically in this session on the power of employer and employee networks. My name is Jürgen Menzel. I'm a disability inclusion specialist at the ILO and the coordinator of the ILO Global Business and Disability Network. Our global network is not only a global network of more than 40 multinational enterprises, it is also a global network of more than 40 country-level platforms for employers on disability inclusion, which we oftentimes call national business and disability networks. And these national business and disability networks exist around the world, including 5 of them in South Asia, also in India. As we know that no one has all the solutions when it comes to disability inclusion in the world of work, it is essential to always work together to facilitate exchange and share good practices. We try to facilitate the exchange of lessons learned and good practices among companies, but also national business and disability networks. For instance, in the first half of this year, we as Global Network organized a virtual workshop for the 5 national business and disability networks in South Asia, as well as a hybrid workshop for 12 national business and disability networks in Latin America. Also, as Global Network, we very much encourage the establishment and strengthening of disability employee resource groups, sometimes also called employee resource networks, in our member companies and beyond. And our key partner in this area is Purple Space, which will also organize in less than a month from now the first global summit of disability employee resource group leaders. So let me reiterate that our global network of networks is always open to new partnerships and collaborations, since we know that together we will always be able to achieve more positive social impact. Thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And the screen here says time's up. So over to you.
Full discussion. I think it has been one of the most powerful panels that we have had, obviously because we had industry players and from the embassy, all representatives of powerful organizations. And it was wonderful to learn about all the benchmarks you are setting, the initiatives you have, and the best practices that you have brought into the inclusion sphere. I suppose if this spreads across India, I think it's going to be really great. And I think CIA is already working with a network. So thank you all very much. I'd request you to please collect your gifts from the table because we're trying to keep the time short. And we'll move over to the next session, which is actually a wrap-up. So thank you, everyone. Please give a big hand to the panel. I now invite Meera ma'am to come to the stage. And also we have Mr. Michael Fembeck. He is the Chief Operating Officer of the Zero Project and the SL Foundation. Please come to the stage. This is, as we wrap up this day of deep discussions and learning, we are going to reflect on some key takeaways. And we'll also get to hear some voices from the conference itself, the attendees. May I request Mr. Mallikarjun Aithya from IDEA to come to the stage to add to the voices from the conference today? Oh, all the way.
I will.
Yeah, you pick up one of my guys with you. So as Mallikarjun comes up, there he is. So Michael, are you going to go first as we wrap up? Will you ask the first question to our wonderful MC?
Hello. Yeah.
So those of you who don't know Mallikarjun has this organization called IDEA, where he works with a whole set of entrepreneurs who are disabled themselves. So very inspiring organization. So Michael, over to you.
Yeah, thank you all for staying with us until this very end, and apologies that we're really running late, but I think it was a lot of content, a lot of good speakers, and we're staying so long. So the job of us now on stage is to keep you entertained for some 7-8 minutes more, and we will do that by asking some of the participants who already know that they're coming on stage to ask them 1 or 2 questions about their experience. So maybe MC, you introduce yourself first, and then also give us 1 or 2 takeaways from the conference.
Yeah, sure. So, I think I have this. Yeah. So, good evening to all of you. Thank you so much, Meeraji. I'm surprised just to share my experience, but I'm so glad that I am here. So, rather than saying myself, let me talk a little bit about Zero Conference. In India...
And what you take away from it, that's most important.
So, in India, Zero has a very important role. So, we have several people in Hindi also. First of all, I would like to invite all our international delegates to Bharat. Bharat mein aap sabka swagat hai. So, you are in Bharat, and this is our responsibility to see that the spirit in which the Zero projects has been built. Now, India will take it forward, and I think one of the takeaways is now Zero Conference India will look building inclusive world, not only India. So that is what I'm seeing, the way that people have come in here. Before that, for anything, these sort of things to do, you need sutradars, we need key people, key initiators. In India, we revere Lord Krishna, as most of you know. To understand Lord Krishna, you need a Meera. She is there. So we understand Lord Krishna through Meera. So we understand Zero project through her. And also, I could see Dipesh is not here, and Shanti might be preparing for the next event. So these 3 wonderful people bringing this conference to India and to create an ecosystem is incredible. So that is really good. And in India, Zero has a specific relevance. Zero religiously, culturally, technically, digitally. Zero has a big relevance in India, and we understand the journey from zero to hero in all the systems. The way that today I could see, starting from delegates from various different countries, embassies, at the same time, we also have around about 40-45 entrepreneurs and persons with disabilities from the various aspirational districts who never came to a 5-star hotel. They are there, and it is something which indicates how global, how inclusive we are, and all of them participating and seeing there. I'll just say a few words in Hindi for their convenience. So there is an aspirational district है, नू, मेवात, बदरपुर, various small places, micro entrepreneurs. वो सब भी हमारे बीच में है अपना businesses के साथ में. Today तो उन सब के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद यहाँ पे आने के लिए and to share their experiences. Similarly, looking at the aspirations, the knowledge, the wisdom that Zero Project delegates, the power pack, the sessions that we had today, a lot of learning, lot of churning is happening, and I think a lot of partnerships will evolve. It is not only that only knowledge is there. Organizations like Hans Foundation, organizations and tech-based organizations with banking experience, impact investors, at the same time grassroots innovators. I could see all of them together. That is something exceptional. Rarely happens in India. India is a land of conferences. Every day hundreds of conferences happen. But the takeaway is, what is an outcome of any conference? If that leads to a collaboration, creative insights, or even knowing each other to create a better world is something. So I could meet today Avanti. I'm taking back a lot of inspiration. Maybe tomorrow we'll see her dance. So a lot of resilience, a lot of life, a lot of hope I could see. And I could also see that, in the coming years, this community in India is going to grow, and through innovation definitely will not only cater to India but also to the world.
I think Mira has another question to you.
You are going to ask it. No, I'm going to ask her a question now.
Okay.
Yeah. So, tell us, I think, what was your emotion when I said that you're going to MC the Zero Project India conference, and what has the experience been?
I'm very happy because last year I was in the audience and I was part of the entire gathering, and then in between that you had asked me to interview the lead actress of Ghumar, and that was a highlight for me as well as for I think a lot of people, because seeing a person with disabilities, and I have double disabilities, I'm also deaf. So your imposing trust in me to be able to come on the stage and interview a lead actor at short notice made me realize that you know how to actually tap the talent of people with disabilities. Because it's not easy generally for people to, be able to trust that this person who's not walking, this person who's wearing hearing aids, who cannot understand conversations, how is this person going to be able to lead something or going to be able to sit across from a whole group of people and conduct that kind of an interview. So it gave me a lot of happiness, and it made me proud also. Though it's not the first time that I've been on stage. I've been part of the corporate group, and I've been doing a lot of, being part of panel discussions as moderators and all, and it all came from the fact that there were people, there were leaders who reposed their trust in me, and they pushed me to achieve what was my potential, and that is why I have so much of regard and respect for you, because I consider you one of the best leaders for inclusion in India and the globe.
I think, Michael, with both the wonderful words which we heard today, which summed up the Zero Project India so well, I think both of us will have good sleep tonight. We will. And prepare ourselves for tomorrow, where, thanks to Martin, we're going to have an Indian dance performance by that wonderful girl with disability. She's gone and rented the traditional Indian costume to dance with. We have to find a slot for her.
We will, yeah. I'm sure we will, because it sounds very exciting. I'm wrapping this up and then I'm closing it. Yeah? Fine, okay. So I'm doing just two more things. You heard the boss already, Martin Essel, twice already. You saw me, and you will see more of me tomorrow. But there are also two more team members from the Zero Project team from Vienna that you haven't seen officially, at least. So please, Anna and Anya, come briefly to the stage. You don't have to say anything, just that you're seen and that you're awesome. So Anya is in charge of the activities that we do in India and also in Singapore, and is very young to the team and very young, and she's definitely has a large potential. So we have already a lot of ideas what she will cover next. And Anna, so it's Anya and Anna. Anna is with us for 5 years. Yeah, she's in charge of everything that's related to data and digitalization and artificial intelligence, and she's also in charge of all the business relations that we're having with the Zero Project. So Anna and Anya, give them a warm applause, please. Yeah.
And come see us and talk to us. I'd like to encourage you to connect to us.
So Michael, you have a double A with you.
Yeah. Yeah. So
that's a powerful group.
That's a powerful group, yeah. Then I have also 2 Margarets and Marias, so it's a lot of similar names in Austria. Yeah. Let me not wrap this up, but give you a brief forecast and also motivation for joining us also tomorrow. So there's a lot of topics, a lot of good speakers that we have prepared for tomorrow. We will talk about women with disabilities, entrepreneurship. We will talk about artificial intelligence. We will talk about impact investing and a lot more topics. So we have this really prepared in thorough a lot. So please join us also tomorrow. And if Mira agrees, then I'm closing this day today. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So we come to the end of day 1.
So I'm sorry, I'm sort of interjecting. We can't let Malika and you get off the stage without getting a small token of appreciation from us. So may I please request Mira and Michael? A big round of applause, guys.
Thank you for all that you do for us.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so now I'm back to hosting this conference, and let me thank everybody for being here till the end, though we are running very late. So all of you who stayed back, thank you, and I think you would not regret it because we had some great sessions post-coffee. And we are looking forward to tomorrow, so please join us for day 2, which will start at 9:30 a.m. sharp. And we are not going to delay it because it's going to be a long day and I'm going to be tired. So that's it. We have a lot to reflect on and look forward to. We have learned a lot, many new things. And I'm going home with a lot of homework because I'm going to take down all that I have collected here. And I suppose it's going to help me big time in my work in the disability sector, and it goes for you all also. So thank you so much and good night. What? Maple at 7 p.m. All those who have